Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted electronically via WebEx webinar, an online digital platform. I have to stop.
Yeah, where, that one. Yep. Okay.
Okay, sorry folks, we're having some technical difficulties this morning. But good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted electronically via WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be connecting to the hearing using a phone or compatible electronic device and are able to make their presentations to committee using WebEx webinar. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, participants will be unmuted one person at a time by the moderator. Please mute your devices until called upon to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Attendees who registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will assist us by moderating the WebEx webinar platform, including sharing presentation material received within the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx webinar who can be seen and heard are Joanne Hayes, Larry Clay, Carl Nipfel, and Aaron Cheng. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly, clearly state your name and address, and please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. When a presentation is not required, panel members may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any minutes to confirm today? And if so, have they been confirmed by the members?
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Yes, September the 21st minutes.
Okay, panel members, I'll need a motion to adopt the minutes. Mr. Nipfel, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes, so motion to approve the September 21st minutes, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Are there any declarations of interest from staff or panel members this morning? Ms. Hayes.
Claire, an interest on number 6. I have an interest in property close to the subject property.
Okay, so Ms. Hayes has an interest regarding the property. That's 5 DONMORE Avenue, correct? Okay. All right. Anyone else? No? Okay. Are there any files to be closed this morning?
Through you, Madam Chair, see none for this morning.
Okay, any deferral requests that you're aware of this morning, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, item number 8, 112 Harbour Street.
Yeah, I read that also. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so the first item is item number 1, 42 Hazelwood Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Mr. Smith, the agent. We have forestry are asking for condition number 1, and planning has a couple of conditions, and perhaps staff can put those on the screen. The planning conditions. Just give me 1 second. Okay, and I am showing 1 speaker. Do we have both speakers for item 1? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is David Smith. I'm here representing the homeowners at 42 Hazelwood Avenue. My address is 401 Craven Road.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to double check with the speaker first to see if, like, what the concerns are. I'm not sure if he needs a full, based on my notes here, I'm not sure if he needs a full presentation or not. So, Mr. Lewis, are you there?
Yes, I need to get muted. Sorry.
Hi, yeah, I can hear you. I just wanted to know, do you have a specific concern? Would you like the agent to do a presentation first?
Yes, the agent can do a presentation. Sorry, I just need to figure out how to get unmuted. The specific concern has to do with how many units in this one-way alley are going to be able to be converted to garage living units.
Okay, so I'll have you back after the agent does a presentation then, and hopefully he can address that in the presentation also, okay? And then I'll have you back. Okay, Mr. Smith, go ahead. We're starting the clock now, so if you can address that concern as part of your presentation.
Okay, well, why don't I guess I'll jump to that. I mean, that's, so first off, it's a bit surprising to have Mr. Lewis call in because we circulated to the neighborhood and had support and did all our due diligence. With regards to the number of units that would be permitted, from a laneway suite perspective, really that's a planning consideration and even a committee of adjustment consideration. Assumably, if properties met the requirements of the laneway suite bylaws, I would expect that almost all homes in the neighborhood could support the laneway suite. Specific to our application, the variance is being sought. As I sort of outlined in my cover letter, which I thought did a pretty good job of consolidating it, it looks like we're seeking a fair amount of variances, but if you look a little deeper, you notice a lot of them are very technical, quite minor in nature. If staff wanted to quickly bring up my cover letter, maybe I'll just run through that. What I did is I consolidated them. If you go to page 3, you'll see that about 6 of them, next page please, relate to simply the setbacks around the front yard stairs, the side yard stairs, and the rear deck stair. Again, very consolidated, isolated aspects of the proposal. Overall, as is typical with properties in this neighborhood, the clients have a monster wish list. And I thought in general, we did a very good job of delivering on a lot of extra space without impacting either side neighbors or the neighborhood in general. I mean, effectively everything is below grade with a basement extension. We did a very good job of integrating the 3rd floor addition into the front facade to maintain the consistency of the adjoining facades and not disrupt that. If staff wants to scroll down a little bit more, perhaps the next page, yep, stop there. So maybe this is what triggered the comments by Mr. Lewis. So again, as outlined in the cover letter, the examiner took the basement extension wall as the measurement for the separation distance and then the sort of 45-degree angle calculation. And so what this did is it made our conforming laneway suite appear non-conforming. And so the green highlights demonstrate that if you were to measure per bylaw standards from any rear wall above grade, everything about our laneway suite is 100% conforming. However, because she decided to measure from the rear basement wall, which I appreciate she could take as the furthest rear main wall, even though it's below grade, it just pushes all those measurements further into the building, and you can see those highlighted in yellow. Again, I'm not sure if this is specific to what Mr. Lewis is requesting or sort of speaking to. Again, sort of caught off guard because we had sort of spoken to everybody in the neighborhood. I guess I'll leave it at that, so there's a bit of time for questions from staff or committee members, pardon me, and I'll rebut as needed.
You're aware then of the planning conditions?
Yep, totally aware. We worked hand in hand with planning. We're happy with the planning conditions, completely support them, no problem.
Okay, I also neglected to mention at the beginning that both adjacent neighbors are in support of the application, and now we'll go to Mr. Lewis.
Paul Lewis is disconnected. I'm going to give him a call back.
Okay. Okay, while you're doing that, panel members, do you have a question for Mr. Smith? Anybody? No? Okay.
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis? Hello?
Paul Lewis, you've been unmuted.
Hi, that was all I had to say.
Okay, so you heard the presentation, so there's nothing else you want to add then? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, panel members, I understand you don't have any questions, so let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Nifl.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a very respectful application. As indicated, it has the support of the owners on both sides. I think the architect has gone to some pains to develop something and design something that would respect the environment and the immediate neighbors. I don't have any difficulty with the application. I don't think it creates any problems for the area. I'd like to move approval subject to the planning conditions that were in the added material last evening and forestry condition number 1.
Okay, do I have a seconder, Mr. Clay? So a motion to approve, including forestry number 1, planning conditions. There were 2 of them, moved by Mr. Nifl, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 2, 56.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Carl? Did you say
Nope.
something else? Okay, I heard
No,
something.
I did.
All right, item number 2, 56 Oak Crest Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the owner. We have a condition from planning, and we have support from 3 properties, 63 Oak Crest, 13 Amroth, and 43 Keystone. I am not showing any speakers other than the owner. Do I have the owner on the line?
Frank Emmanuel here,
Hi. And your address?
56 Oak Crest Avenue.
I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Nipfel?
A very quick one, Madam Chairman. Could you tell me if the attached semi, the owner of the attached semi, is in agreement with your application?
Yes, she is. We've spoken a number of times. I don't have it in writing, but she's in agreement.
Okay, thanks.
And you're aware of the planning conditions, sir?
Yes, I am, and I'm good with all of them.
Okay. All right. Is there anything you want to add, sir? Because we're going to take it into committee for a decision. We don't need a presentation.
No, just seems very straightforward and common in the area, so I don't have much to add other than that.
Okay, let's take it into committee. Panel members, Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just move ahead with this one. This is, we don't, of course, condone any kind of works without a building permit, but enclosing porches, I can see how homeowners might think that you don't need one, just because it just is enclosed in an existing structure. But in this case, I think it's a modest proposal. The neighbors support it, and I think it's quite reasonable. So I will move approval of this application subject to the planning conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes. So motion to approve, including planning condition, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, this carries unanimously. Item number 3, 130 Benson Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, as well as a tree preservation plan. And I don't show any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Oh, there we go. Hello, good morning. This is William McLennan, agent for the owner.
Good morning. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? No? Do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay, and then Mr. Nipfel, and then Ms. Hayes.
Oh my goodness. We might all have the same question, I suspect, and it's really mine is with respect to the rear landscaping, and you're asking for a variance for 20% of the rear yard as being soft landscaping. I wonder if you can just take us through what is actually going back there and whether there is any opportunity to increase the amount of soft landscaping in your rear yard.
Sure. So the cover letter sets the context is that the house is as built pursuant to the previous permit, and there were some safety issues around an exterior wall, which is why we're here. So the soft landscaping, what's back there right now is a stone patio, essentially. So it's already in place. It's been there for about a year. And the only reason we're here now is because at the final mark, the final inspection, the city redesignated as a new build and requested updated drawings with the as-built conditions. So that's already in place, that paved patio.
And so that's a concrete patio, or is that pavers?
I'm not entirely certain. I believe it is concrete. But I wouldn't, I don't actually know the answer to what the paved patio is. I'm sorry.
Okay, that would be helpful. So in your view, since it's already there, there's no opportunity to enhance the landscaping in the rear?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. The committee can, it's up to the committee. I would say that the committee already reviewed these plans previously and didn't find there to be an issue with the plan for the paved patio, and it's been like that for about a year now, and we haven't had any concerns expressed. So I would say that it is amenable to the code and the planning, the bylaw, and the official plan. Having said that, I'm in the committee's hands with respect to whether they think a change would be needed.
Okay, thank you.
I know, Ms. Hayes, you had your hand up, but I just want to ask Carl if he still has a question, because he had it up second. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question, yes.
Okay.
My understanding is that this is before us because when we were last looking at this, it was deemed a renovation and now it's considered a new build. When it was a renovation previously, did you have this same landscape issue? Was the variance that you have before us today, would you still need that as when you were considered a renovation previously?
I'm sorry, I don't fully understand the minor this with respect to the paving or with respect to the previous, the specific variances?
You indicated in your covering letter, which was very helpful, thank you, that the reason that this is before us was because this was submitted originally as a renovation, and then subsequently it was designated a new build, and because of the new designation of new build, the variances that are before us became issues. My question is, did the one about landscaping, because I share Mr. Clay's concern about the landscaping one, was the variance about landscaping still required when it was considered a renovation?
It was not. No, that is new. The previous 6 minor variances, which were granted in the former decision, had to do with setbacks and with the footprint of the actual home. The footprint is larger than would typically be permitted, but it was found that that was acceptable given that it's maintaining the original footprint of the building. So it's added some floor space with a 3rd floor, but it's maintained the footprint of the original home. And to your question, no, there was no minor variance required for the paved patio as proposed then.
I think as a new build, the rear yard soft landscaping is not acceptable. It would set a bad precedent. So while you're fielding other questions, you might want to consider whether there is something you can do with a portion of that paved patio to increase the amount of soft landscaping.
Ms. Hayes.
Just further on that topic, in reviewing the decision of the previous decision of the committee, there is no rear landscaping variance. Were the plans that were submitted with that application showing the intention to have hardscaping to the degree that's here? Because you seem to be making the argument that the committee had no problem with the plan before. So regardless of the context, I think if the plans had shown that initially, the zoning examiner would have flagged a rear landscaping variance required back in 2019. So I'm a little perplexed by that circumstance.
Yes, I don't believe the plan in the decision demonstrates that. So I think you're probably right that had it been there, this conversation would have been had. I haven't consulted with my client. I do know that he is fully willing to do what's needed to get this approved, however. So if the committee...
can I just make a suggestion, Mr. McLennan, since we don't have opposition speakers? Can I hold this item down? If you can contact your client and come up with a percentage and a number that that you can improve upon for variance number 4.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll hold it down and we'll come back to you. And then again, I need the square meters and the percent that you would be willing to amend variance number 4 to.
Wonderful. Should I let someone know when I have that information, or will you return once you've consulted the other matters?
Yeah, can you let John know?
Sure, John. Is the
Hold on a second. Can you send him an email, or I don't know how you want to, yeah, it's William McLennan. We're just checking for your email. Okay, he's going to send you an email, and then if you
Wonderful.
can respond to it once you're ready to go, then we'll slot you in when we finish whatever item we're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair, can I just
Yeah.
add one point
Yeah.
for variance number 4? Given that's for discussion, I think the agent might want to consider whether there's an opportunity to eliminate variance number 4 entirely as your starting point.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Yes, I'll discuss that with my client.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll see you back later then.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4, 2160A Dundas Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a copy of the survey revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a photograph of the site, a covering letter from the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. We have a 53 signature petition in support, which is from residents on Castlewood, Concord Avenue, Dufferin, Hewitt, Parkside, Roncesvalles, Runnymede, and Wadsworth Boulevards. I am showing several speakers, and to be honest, I'm not really sure if they're all in support or not. I can't tell from my notes here, but let me go to the agent. Are you on the line?
There. How are you? Yes, so we are all in support. The agent is actually my colleague Roxanne, who is attending the meeting, and Aaron. I don't know if Aaron is there.
Okay, so who are you, just for starters?
My name is Marie-Eve Allard.
Okay. I have an Aaron Platt as counsel.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
then I'm showing some veterinarians.
Yes, our clients.
Okay, so Debbie
joined the meeting
Kilborn,
also.
Alex Folosia, and Scott Bainbridge.
Exactly.
They're your clients, okay? And then I'm showing Vet Strategy.
Yes, it's the owner of the business.
Okay, so that's Nadeem Jaffer and Gisela Tuasan, and then Michael Korda, the owner.
Yes, owner of the building.
Okay, and then I'm showing one speaker then in support. So do you have that person? No? Okay. All right, I have one speaker listed from 158 College Street, but we don't have them on the line, but they're in support. So let me check if my panel need a presentation. No, but they might have some questions. Any questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only question has to do with the existing residential use. It's a rented unit, I gather, and as you're removing rental unit from the mix, do you need to make arrangements with the city to provide an alternative? And that might be a question more for Sabrina than for you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, that should be a question. Perhaps we can get Aaron Platt.
Yes, Aaron can answer this.
Aaron Platt,
Okay.
you've been unmuted.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful. I'm a little bit concerned there. Thank you very much, members of the committee. In response to the query, the residential tenant, there was a single tenant in the unit. They moved out in October of 2021. The space has been vacant since then. There is no requirement under the official plan or any of the city's municipal code provisions regarding the replacement of rental housing or the conversion of rental housing with respect to a single unit. So staff has not noted it, either planning staff or housing staff. So as a consequence, our client is, I'm here on behalf of the tenant of that strategy, but I was put in touch with them through the owner. We have a community veterinary hospital that is, as you've seen from the petition, quite well, services the community quite well. It's sort of within walking distance. There is no proposed change to the built form of the building whatsoever. All the additional floor area is really just a conversion of internal space both the existing apartment that was on the upper floor and some storage space that is in the basement. And now that it is being proposed for something other than storage under the bylaw, it counts towards the GFA total.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, Mr. Platt, you're representing Vet Strategy, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Cheng?
Hey, hello. Well, first of all, I'm very happy to see this application, but just a little friendly reminder to check your zoning notice first page. That will list what other regulations you have to go through. Usually when you remove one housing inventory from the system, you might have to go through another process. So just double check it. It's just a friendly reminder. It's on your first page of your zoning notice, which might not be in this handout we're seeing now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And any other questions, panel members? Okay, we are ready to take this into committee to make a decision. Is there anything that you want to add before we do so that's not in the materials that we have received? Anybody, Ms. Allard or Mr. Platt?
No, thank you.
No, I think it's a fairly straightforward application. There is only support from the community, one of probably the few that you have on your agenda that are sort of positively received by the community unanimously. As far as we're aware, there were no submissions made online that we are aware of. Staff have no issue with the application or the parking variance for that matter. And as I said, this is just an opportunity to increase an existing use within the Ronsonsville community that serves the abundant number of pets. And as many of you may be aware, there's been sort of a pet explosion as a result of COVID. So there is much need in the community for expanded facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take it into committee, panel members.
Through you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, I have checked the zoning notice and there is nothing listed as extra steps under the applicable law section.
Good. Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. Mr. Clay, we're in
Sure,
committee.
I'm happy to take this one. I think this is an excellent proposal for reuse of some existing space above and below an existing veterinarians. I agree with Mr. Platt. This area of Roncy is seeing a lot more development. There are a number of new condominium proposals for the area. I think the pet population is going to likely explode around there, and this is the type of service that I think the community could benefit from. So I think it's a very supportable application. I'm prepared to move approval with no conditions.
Alrighty, do I have a seconder, Ms. Hayes? So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 5, 7 Rathnelly Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report from Amazing Tree Services, Inc., 4 photographs submitted by the agent, as well as presentation materials. We have email correspondence from Forestry asking for condition number 2. We have correspondence in support from number 9, which is adjacent, as well as 272 McPherson. And correspondence in opposition from number 5, which is the other adjacent neighbor, and a concern from 258 McPherson. And I am showing one speaker. Do you have the speaker? Okay. Okay, just give me the agent first and then I'll go to the speaker because I'm not sure what position they're taking.
This is Nafisa Zangiobadi, 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, and I am the agent.
Okay, good morning. If you can just wait 1 second, I'm just going to check with the speaker because it doesn't say whether they're opposed or what the issue is.
Alan, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Goutel? Hello? Sir? Alan?
Alan Goutel, you've been unmuted. You can speak. Alan Guttel, if you'd like to use your camera, you can do so now, and you're also unmuted, so you can speak at any time.
Okay, you know what? Based on this other, like, I don't know what, can you, what's that? Oh, okay. All right, Miss Nafishe Zang.
Yes.
I'm just gonna hold you down because we can see the person, but we're just not getting them. I'll be back to you in a minute. I'm just gonna go
Sure.
back to an earlier item and I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, sure.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're gonna go back to item number 3, 130 Benson.
Hello, thank you so much for your indulgence with that. My client is more than happy to increase the soft landscaping to whatever the committee would like, and to the
Okay,
point that Mr.
so hold on a second. Well, the committee, as I think you heard Mr. Clay, we would like the variance gone altogether. But if you have a number in mind, you have to give it to us. Like, we don't
Yes,
come up with
no,
it, right?
unnecessary throat clearing. To Mr. Clay's point, we are prepared to bring it back down to the 50% required by the bylaw, and
Okay.
that condition would be fine.
Okay, so you're going to delete variance number 4?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, great. Okay, so it'll be the application as amended that we will take into committee now then and make a decision on.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, that was the only variance I had any difficulty with. I think this is a supportable application. I don't think the other components of it are problematic at all. I'd like to move approval with of the revised application with variance number 4 removed without condition.
All right, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes, so motion to approve the application as amended with variance 4 deleted, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, were you able to, we're going to go back to number 5, which is 7 Rathnelly. Were you able to get Alan? Or otherwise, I'll just go to a presentation based on this sheet. I think he's in opposition, so. Okay, Ms. Zangiabadi?
Yes.
All right, can I ask you to do a presentation? I believe it's the adjacent neighbor who's in opposition,
Sure.
and we'll keep trying to reach him, but no more than 5 minutes, and we're starting the clock now, okay?
Okay, for sure. So the application is to reconstruct the rear yard garage. Basically, we're adding almost 7 feet to the width of the garage. It's going to be extended over the paved patio at the back and an unused space. And the proposal is going to comply with the setback, side setback from the length and the height. And this proposal is going to create 3 variances, 2 for the size and 1 for the landscaping, which we are actually planning to increase the soft landscaping, so modify variance number 2 from 5.5% to 38%. That means we are going to make the existing improve the existing condition by removing the existing hardscape at the back, only leave a pathway from the garage to the deck. And of course, the driveway is going to be deducted from the soft landscaping area. So instead of 5.5%, we're going to go for 38% of soft landscaping.
Sorry, what is the square meters then? So variance number 2, you're amending to 38%, and what is that in square meters?
Square meter, just if you give me 1 moment, I'll let you know.
Okay. Hey, Carl, you're not on mute.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
So-
I will go on mute. Thank you so much.
So it's gonna be 50 square meters.
50 square meters?
50.
Okay.
50.
Okay, so 38% is 50 square meters. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. And then as for the size of the garage, I just have to mention that the existing garage now covers almost 14% of the lot. So basically we are only adding 5% from the existing to the new garage. And I am happy to hear if our neighbors have any concerns.
I don't know if we have any questions, but I just want to see if we can get a hold of the neighbor.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, hi, Alan?
Yes, it says I can press the space bar to get in there, yeah.
Well, there you go. Okay, so you have 5 minutes to state your concerns. I'm not sure if, we'll start the clock in a minute when you start speaking, but did you hear the agent has made an amendment to increase the rear yard softscape to 38%?
Yes, I heard that. I'm not sure where that comes from. Is that from reducing the size of the building?
Well,
The ancillary building?
we'll ask her after you finish speaking. So anything you want to know, you have 5 minutes now to state your concerns. Okay, go ahead.
I sent in a note before. Should I read that again?
We've read it. So, but if you want to just
My main
reiterate.
concern is the tree. There's a tree there. That's
Okay.
my main concern. And the drainage into the laneway, which has always been a problem in winter because it's not shoveled, it's not plowed. That I'm worried that with the reduction of soft landscaping that we won't have the drainage we need there.
Okay.
And the other thing that I'd like to point out, if it's part of the discussion, is that we've learned a lot from a similar garage built at number 3, which was built legally within, but it was built so close to the laneway in order to maintain the soft landscaping and so on, that it's unusable as anything more than a one-car garage, even though it's site-wide. And I just point that out as experience. That garage has also caused drainage and light problems on properties around it.
Okay. All right, we'll ask the.
So my proposal just in the notes I made, I'm very happy with the footprint of the existing garage, and which is a 2-car garage. I think it's quite substantial for that property.
Okay, so they're increasing it by 4%. I don't know if you heard.
The increase will wipe out knock down a tree, a cedar tree, which I think is a mature tree. It should be protected. I measure it to be a mature tree, to be 35 centimeters in diameter.
Okay, well, we'll have the agent speak to that. We do have a forestry condition on this, forestry condition number 2.
Thank
so
you.
They did look at it. And just as a side note, I mean, we'll ask her about the drainage, but the committee doesn't have any control over drainage issues, but she can briefly touch on it. And
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Nafise?
Yes.
If you can speak only to the issues that were raised,
Sure.
the trees, the drainage.
Yes, I will. So the tree, as you're aware, has been inspected by urban forestry, and it's been determined to have a poor condition, and a removal condition has been set on that. And if you just take a quick look at the condition of the tree, you can see it's stated in the report that it has co-dominated tops, weak main union, and hard surface covers more than 70% of the roots, crown encroaching into the utility wires. So the tree itself is in poor condition and it's going to be removed. And we are okay with any condition that urban forestry sets for us, whether it's replanting a new tree or a cash in lieu to compensate for that, we are okay with that. And my client, it's actually very fond of environment and green space. The entire front yard, has the largest tree in the neighborhood. They planted it themselves. There are a few spruce tree, a beautiful dense garden in the front. So it's not that they're just removing a healthy tree just for building the garage. The tree is not healthy, and urban forestry has a report on that. We have an individual arborist has a report on that, both confirming that it's in a poor condition. That's for the tree. And then as for the drainage, that's why we did increase the soft landscaping in the back by removing the hardscape, because as you see, the existing condition, all the backyard is now just paving and hardscape. We are removing those and we're just leaving a minimum pathway from the garage to the house. The rest is going to be all grass. And so that's going to help with the drainage problem. And the problem that has happened with another building, that doesn't mean necessarily it's going to happen here if the construction is done right. And I know drainage is not the issue of the committee, but we will make sure that the construction is done in any way that there's going to be no water runoff to any of the neighbors. And I think that was just those two issues that our neighbor had the concern.
Okay, let's see if the panel have any questions. Anybody? Mr. Clay, and then Ms.
Just a
Hayes.
quick one. Oh, sorry, just a quick one. I noticed from the site plan that you described the material in the back as being permeable pavers. So is the remaining walkway going to be impermeable materials as well?
Yes, we can do that permeable, yes.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Ms. Hayes and then Mr. Niffel.
It's okay, Chair. Mr. Clay had the same question I did.
Mr. Niffel, did you?
I just wanted to clarify for the purposes of the person at number 5. The condition that is existing and the condition that is before us, I gather from the applicant, maybe you can confirm, that it's an improvement over the existing condition, your landscape proposal. You're basically taking all that, or the majority of that paving out and leaving just a pathway, which, as Mr. Clay has asked you, would be made out of permeable paving. Am I correct? So that's a better condition than what we currently have.
Exactly. We're improving this existing situation.
And would you have any difficulty planting a tree in that new landscaped area, which would, I think, also address the your neighbor's concern about bird habitat?
If unfortunately ask us to plant any trees, we will definitely do that, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. And did you want to put a condition to plant a tree in the back, Mr. Niffel? And then does Mr. Clay, do you want a condition that all rear hard surfaces be permeable pavers? Yes?
I think a tree would be a great idea and it would address the concern of the neighbor and the applicant agrees. So yeah, I think that'd be a good condition.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking at this application as amended, variance number 2, 38%, which equals 50 meters squared, and then a condition for all hard surface in the rear, be permeable pavers, and that a tree be planted in the rear. Okay, comments?
Sounds like a pretty good motion, Chair.
Okay, well, is it your motion then? So
Okay, I'll just move exactly what you said. I think we have to attach forestry number 2 as well.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I have a seconder? Okay, so that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Niffel. So that's removing variance number 2, 38%, which equals 50 meters square. Forestry condition number 2, condition to plant a tree in the rear, and a condition all rear hard surfaces be permeable pavers. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Item number 6, 5 DONMORE Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 5 photographs of the subject property. And I am not showing any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Hello, I'm supposed to be represented by, oh, sorry, second.
Hi, are you Paul
Konstantakis, yes, I'm supposed to be represented by our architect who should be on the call. I don't know if his name is on here.
No, he's not on the list.
Not on the list?
Nope.
I'd sent him the link because he kept asking.
Well, the problem is your architect should register. You have to register to be a speaker.
He did register. He kept getting in touch with our
What is the
whoever
architect's
representative.
name?
George Lolos?
Okay, we will connect him.
Okay, thank you.
Giorgio, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Lolos.
Giorgio Lolos, you've been unmuted. Mr. Lolos, you've been unmuted.
Okay, Mr. Konstantakis?
Yes.
Okay, we can't reach your architect. Are you able to answer questions? If not, I'm gonna hold this item down.
I'm not sure if I'm able to answer questions. I can try, but I'm not too certain.
Okay.
I see his name on the list, like he's there.
Yeah, he's not on my list, but staff have indicated that he was in contact with them, and we've tried, we can't get him on the line, so I'm not sure. Let me just, panel members, do you have any questions?
He said he's trying, I'm getting text, he's trying to
Okay, I
connect.
have one panel member has a question. Let's see if you can answer it, and if not, then if we can't get in touch with him, then I'm gonna have to hold this item down and then come back to it. Okay.
He's saying he's speaking, like I'm texting with him, he's saying he's speaking, like just for some reason can't hear him.
Okay.
Sorry, my wife's calling.
Anyway, let's try. What's the question, Mr. Niffold?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My only question, and perhaps the owner can answer it, is what level of consultation there was with the owners on either side of the property?
As far as levels of consent, we had great conversation with them. We let them know exactly what we're doing. Both seemed very happy that we are doing it. They've been in the neighborhood for decades, as far as I know. And yeah, they've had no objections. They were actually always saying they were looking forward to it.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no worries.
Mr. Clay? You have
Sure, just a quick one. I don't know if you can answer this, but I do notice across the street there are a number of what looks like either new builds or renos into second stories. Would you say your new two-story would be roughly comparable to the height of those surrounding new builds?
Yeah, from what I understand, and that was conversations we had with our architect as well, is that we didn't want to make this massive thing. One of the questions one of the neighbors had when I was talking to them was, are we building a 3-story? And I was like, no, this is definitely a 2-story. We don't want to make anything that's obnoxious and stands out like a sore thumb. We want it to be part of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think just looking around, that looks like what your proposal wouldn't be out of place with some of the newer ones there.
Yeah.
Any?
And that was intentional.
Anybody else? Any questions? No? Okay, we're actually okay to take this into committee, sir. I think staff's not able to reach your architect, and we don't need a presentation, and there are no further questions. Is there anything you want to add that you feel we should know before we make a decision?
No, I'm just super pumped. That's all.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The only concern I had with this is I noticed that it extends further back than the neighbors on either side. There's obviously been profitable conversations with those neighbors, and they don't seem to have a concern. The only condition that I think might be added here is to screen the rear deck. It's an elevated deck, and as such, it has overview on both properties. So I think that it should be screening on the north and the south edges of the elevated rear deck. Other than that, I think it's a supportable application. And as Mr. Clay indicated, the form fits into the community reasonably well. So I'd like to move approval subject to only the condition about screening.
All right, so a motion to approve with screening on the north and south sides of the deck Moved by Mr. Clay, moved by Mr. Nifl, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and Ms. Hayes didn't participate because she had declared an interest. Okay, thank you. So that's
Okay,
been
thank you.
approved. All right, thanks. See, you did well.
Oh, yeah, what does declared an interest mean? I don't even know.
What that means is that, maybe that there could be a potential conflict if somebody worked with somebody or they have own property like really close by,
I see.
so they step out for the vote. Okay?
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
Have a great
Bye.
day. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, item number 7, 154 Glen Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a staff report from forestry asking for condition number 2, correspondence in opposition from 199 Douglas, 166 Roxborough, 160 Glen Road, and we have Mr. Bronskill representing 152, which is adjacent, 154, 166, Roxborough Drive, and 158 and 160 Glen Road. And 157 Glen Road also opposes. Okay. Sorry, one of my sheets is gone. All right, so do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good morning, Chair. My name's Brian Abbey, AdTech Building Consultants, and I am the agent for the owners of the property at 154 Glen Road.
All right, sir, I've got 4 speakers listed here, and I'm going to need you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. We'll start the clock now.
Okay. First of all, we did, on receipt of the objection letters, we spoke to the owners, and we've made a decision to eliminate variances 3 and 4. In other words, we want to get rid of the balcony. Sorry, not 3 and 4, sorry, 2 and 3, I beg your pardon.
Okay, variances 2 and 3 are being deleted?
Yeah. Delete, yes, we're going to not have a balcony, so that gets rid of those 2 variances.
Okay.
Now I want to address variance number 1, which I think could well be a misunderstanding. I don't think people appreciate that when they do the calculation, the below grade portion is also included in the gross floor area. So the portion of the cabana that is above grade is actually 54.68 square meters, and the below grade portion is 53.18 square meters. And the additional area is the pergola, which is 24.71 square meters, which actually is 132.57 meters and not 140.88. We want to eliminate the pergola, which would reduce the total to 107.86 meters squared. But bear in mind that 53.18 of that is below grade, leaving 54.68 meters squared above grade, which is less than the 60 square meters permitted.
I'm sorry, can you just back up? Variance number 1, you're amending it?
Yes.
Okay, so variance number 1, what are you changing it to? I'm sorry?
All right, let's simplify this. We're going to take out the pergola completely.
Okay.
All right. That leaves 54.68 meters above grade
and 53.18 below. So, but I need to know what number 1, what are you amending it to?
107.86 meters squared.
Okay. Is there any other variance you're changing?
No, just the 4 and 5, I think they're just technical by nature because of the geometry of the lot. It's very difficult to, it's not a straightforward way of measuring length and depth, but it is regarding the below grade. Item 4 is below grade anyway, so it really doesn't have no effect on the property itself. And the other one, item 5, is measured to the rear addition. And should just point out the rear addition is only 8 feet projection. It's not a huge amount of projection into the rear yard. And
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, just for clarification.
Can you
So
stop the clock for a second?
variance number 1 is being amended. Variance number 2 and 3 have been removed. And we will also make amendments to the purpose of the application to remove the second-story rear balconies as well as the removal of the pergola.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
And
we stopped the clock, so I'm going to start it again, so go ahead.
I think there was some other issues I read in the objections about screening and shadowing. And I don't really think that's an issue because the cabana structure is quite low. It's a single story and it has a very shallow sloping roof. And at the edges, it's probably no more than 10 feet high or 3 meters. And I don't think that shadow effect would have any impact at all. Another condition would be that we will put trees around the perimeter of the lot to screen 154 at the west and 158 at the north.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, I don't think so, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we'll hold our, Mr. Clay, go ahead.
I have just a point of clarification, Chair, if I might.
Yeah.
2 things, actually. One, the purpose describes this as a coach house, but it's not a detached coach house. Is it actually attached to the main dwelling?
It was originally a coach house, but over the years, there was additions done with building permits and connected the 2 together.
Right, so you can pass through the coach house into the main dwelling?
Yes.
Okay, so it is in effect part of the main dwelling. Secondly, sorry?
Well, you can get into the garage portion of it from the main house, but the accommodation is from a separate entrance at the rear.
Right. And secondly, you're removing the pergola. What's the treatment that you're proposing underneath where the pergola would have been?
Paving, I would assume.
Okay, you don't have a landscaping variance requirements, but you are going to replace the pergola with some sort of paving?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chang, did you have your hand up also?
Yes, I also have some questions more about clarification. So I see that the survey plan, I see 76, 77, 78, but the notice that it includes 79. Well, even in this survey. So where is actually lot 79? Do you know that? It's a question to the applicant.
I can't see the survey. Let's have a look.
I'm just curious because I'm trying to understand that your lot size, I mean, your property basically includes 3 lots from the graphical part, but it says 4 lots.
Oh, do you know what? If you look, I think there's a tiny little portion up in the north. I think that's it there. Lot 79 is this corner here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I see. Got it. That's the
small,
smallest lot I've ever seen.
Can't put much on that lot.
Okay, got it. Okay. And then the second question I have is, because I think your property is quite different than others. They have a much smaller lot than you. You have 4 together. And then my other question is, in this proposal, there's no work to be done in the existing 2-story, but the notice have included your existing house as the depth. Am I right?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, let's hold any other questions till we hear from the opposition. And we'll have you back after that, Mr. Abbey.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have the first? Yeah?
Marianne, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. May I speak?
Yes, go ahead. We'll start the clock when you, if you can identify your name, yourself, name and address first, and then we'll start the clock.
Mary Ann McCann, 157 Glen Road, Toronto, M4W 2W7.
Okay, go ahead.
I've been a resident in this house for 28 years and have watched what was a Toronto jewel be consistently modified, and I have some concerns in that this property is one of 6 properties with Class A designation, and according to the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation Plan, this property should not have any alterations done to the exterior of the property. A concern that I have is some sort of stipulations as opposed to the style of any work being done. This would include landscaping, fencing. That's really my, to date, this is my personal opinion, but it has not been followed. And I hate to see these beautiful properties in our city being destroyed. It's very, very sad. I just think we need some very stringent guidelines going forward. And I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
David Bronskill, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yep.
I worry I'm coming through a little bit choppy. I'm wondering if I should call in. Am I coming through all right?
We can hear you.
I can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. If I start to become choppy, I apologize, and I can call back in. So I'll try and not move any of the windows on my screen as I make this presentation to the committee. Do you have our letter? Here on behalf of 5 object.
David Bronskill, you might want
to.
You might want to.
It is choppy now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will call right in. Let me just get my phone. And I'll call right in. My apologies to the committee.
Oh, I know why you couldn't hear me, because I'm on my I've turned my mic off.
Madam Chairman, while David Bronskill is calling back in, can we confirm that Heritage
No, I can't find anything.
Yeah, but were they circulated? I'm surprised that they haven't commented, given Ms. McCann's comments.
Sabrina's saying yes, they were circulated. That was my first thought too, Mr. Niffel. It's designated and we haven't heard from them.
Yeah.
Okay. Is David in yet? If not, I'll go to the next one. Okay, so maybe go to the next one. So do you have the next people on, David and Joanna?
David and Joanne, you've been unmuted.
Hi, David, Joanna? Esch?
I just want to say something. I'd just like to echo Mary Ann's comments.
Sorry, can I just have you identify yourself?
This is David Esch at 160 Glen Road.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Mary Ann's comments, specifically about the ugly wall that they've put up around their property. It's certainly not in keeping with the rest of Rosedale.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, the panel is at a loss, actually, why we haven't received any feedback from Heritage, so not really sure why. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Okay, if you haven't got David, then can we go to the last speaker here? You've got him? Okay.
I want to ask for my Assistant Monica Roblin. Thanks very much.
Hi,
Please
David.
leave a message at the tone. When finished, you may hang up or press.
Never mind. Okay, let's do that, and then we'll go back.
Ulrich, you've been unmuted.
Hi.
Yes. Hi. Thank you very much. My name is Ulrike Streit. I'm an interested party in this application. My husband and I are the owners of 164 Glen Road, a few houses up from the proposed development. I speak on both of our behalfs. We've been living there for 26 years. We would like to express our objection to this application, even as modified, and thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. I will be brief. I also would like to echo the sentiments on the aesthetic front expressed by our neighbor, Mary Ann McCann. The property is a landmark property. There was originally a coach house, which has been essentially removed, and what is left on the property is one very long dwelling. So I'm concerned about the historic character of the property. I would like to preface my comments with the statement that I could not quite follow the changes that the agent for the owners made regarding the pergola. I was confused by what he said. At one point, he said it was being removed, and on another occasion, he said that it was only 10 feet in height. I would like to say that the application should be denied. It was outlined quite clearly, and unfortunately, we haven't heard yet from the Goodman's firm on behalf of the 5 neighbors. And we endorse all of the reasons that were stated in that letter. I also like to address some of the comments that were made by other neighbors in their written submissions regarding the conduct of the applicants during their many years of ownership. That has been a concern throughout. With regard to the specific variances requested, even though it was pointed out that the cabana is below grade in significant portion, we still believe that it does not meet the prevailing building types as required by the official plan, let alone this particular historic property. The proposed variances do not keep with the physical character of the neighborhood, and they certainly do not appear to be minor in character. Now, I appreciate that it has been modified. The first item was egregiously out of line with what one imagines to be a minor variance, in that it was 2.5 times, close to 2.5 times of what the zoning bylaw allows. I appreciate it has been modified, but still it should not be ignored. The application generally goes against the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and has a significant undue adverse impact on neighboring properties, as already mentioned. And it does not meet the tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act. If allowed, it would trample on the property rights of the neighbors, particularly the adjacent properties at 154 Roxborough, which has been suffering for years. For the reasons outlined, this application should be refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, panel members? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's try.
David Bronskill, you've been unmuted.
Hi, David. Can you hear me? David?
I didn't say it.
Mr. Bronskill? Who is that then? I hear
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Maybe say
Thank
one,
you. Sorry.
say one other sentence. I just want to be sure.
I think I've now been unmuted with thanks to staff.
All right, so we're going to restart the clock. And if you can, actually, before we start it, maybe just state your name and who you're representing. That'd be great.
I will do that, Madam Chair. So my name's David Bronskill from Goodman's LLP. Our address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto. We're here actually on behalf of 5 neighbors. They're the immediate neighbors, and if looking at the location map, I'll quickly indicate to you, it's the 2 neighbors west on Roxborough, who would be at 154 and 152 Roxborough. That's Miss Victoria Webster and Miss Sheila Martin. It's across the street as well at 160 Glen Road. Mr. David Esch is, he's to the north, one property to the north. Immediately to the north at 158 Glen Road, Mr. Harold Latner. And then immediately across the street at 166 Roxborough Drive, which is Miss Susan Howe. And so I'm speaking today on behalf of all 5. You do have a letter from us in front of you, which I won't go through, particularly given that the agent's architect has made some changes on the fly. Through you, Madam Chair, I have some concerns with the changes that are being made on the fly, and here's why. We're being asked, and this is where some of the previous speakers' comments about conduct comes into play. We're being asked to accept that a pergola that is, frankly, a significant structure attached to the accessory building that's being proposed will be removed. I don't have a set of plans here today showing that, and I can't therefore ask this committee to impose a condition related to a pergola because I don't know how to do that. And so we're being asked to trust the applicant that the pergola will be removed. I appreciate the variances being removed in respect of the second floor balconies, but again, I've got the applicant simply revising the area of the significant accessory structure that's been proposed and being asked to trust the agent that some of that's below grade, some of that's above grade, without a set of plans in front of the committee where we can tie that. There is nothing in the materials provided to this committee that would indicate that any portion of that cabana would then necessarily be quote-unquote underground as suggested by the agent. So we're being asked to accept some very significant revisions without an ability to condition them. And so my one suggestion to the committee is to defer this and let the applicant come back with plans that show those changes, and in particular show the neighbors this good faith and willingness to work with us, and in particular show the committee and us the actual GFA calculations for this accessory structure, because in the time since those revisions, Madam Chair, I've been looking at the plans before the committee. I can't find these calculations that the agent's architect suggests are above and below grade. And so let's have those plans back in front of the committee so we can appropriately condition this if indeed the committee should see fit to approve it. If a deferral is not something that the agent wants to do, I'm going to say to this committee it should be refused. This is a huge accessory structure. There's no reason to be locating such a significant accessory structure in a back corner of the lot with impacts on our various clients as outlined in our letter. And further, there's a significant concern that this type of significant accessory structure will then have ongoing impacts in the neighborhood. I'm not aware of the applicant showing any any quantitative or qualitative approach that would indicate previous accessory structures like this exist in the neighborhood. And as you can see on the plan, it's quite a program that this applicant has for the yard. You've got a large cabana structure, a pergola, a pool, a hot tub, a sodded lawn, and what I believe is a lawn tennis court in the side yard of the home. This is basically a community center that is being proposed throughout this backyard without consultation with the neighbors. I've never seen anything like this. I know some of this is unrelated to the variances, but to do this on the fly, I think it's just an inappropriate way of doing this. That's a big accessory structure. It's unprecedented in the neighborhood, and the total programming here is something that should not be condoned. So I think we either need to defer this or refuse it and have the applicant come back with plans that actually document the changes that were suggested today. So, Madam Chair, I also rely obviously on our letter. I didn't intend to repeat it to you, but those are the comments that we have a little bit on the fly based on the changes that the agent has proposed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Bronski, you mentioned that you couldn't find any reference in the plans to the cabana, and I scrolled through. Is A14, have you got access to the plans? I thought A14 gave a view of the excavated part and the portion above grade. Maybe I
have those. Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Clay. I have those. I can see it. That gives you the size, including that pergola and roof, right? Because remember, it's that enclosed covered amenity space. I'm assuming that's the pergola that's now being removed. If you look at the cabana roof plan there on A14, I'm assuming that's what's meant by the pergola being removed. I don't know. It's a huge structure. What I can't tell from these plans, though, is the GFA figures for what's below grade and above grade. So I can't give you a condition that would limit the ground floor area, and I can't ask you to tie it to these plans because then I'm tying it to that massive roof structure. So there's no way for me to limit what is being proposed by the applicant today in any way, shape, or form. This is all I have in front of me is exactly what's shown on the screen, and I don't know how to condition the changes that are being proposed on the fly by the agent to ensure that what has been said is actually reflected on plans before the committee.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll be asking the agent to perhaps see if they can clarify that for all of us.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Bronskill, to the point about the confusion, you indicated you're guessing that the pergola is somehow related to the cabana, but actually to further the confusion, if you look at the site plan, what is labeled as the pergola is a structure that is on the other side of the swimming pool. And I think it's the area where Mr. Clay asked earlier, well, when you remove it, what's underneath it? And the applicant said, well, I think paving, which doesn't make sense because paving is indicated as crosshatched on the other end of the pool and the side of the pool where the hot tub is. And then this white area that isn't labeled seems to extend underneath the pergola. So, I mean, just to your point, there's another area there that isn't clear at all.
And I agree with that, sir. And through you, Madam Chair, looking at that plan again, you see that hatching under that roof area. So it says paved terrace. It would then extend under that roof area next to the cabana. But when we go down, that's the site plan. But when we delve into the plans themselves, we know that that's a covered amenity space with a wet bar and a fireplace and a lounge area and retractable screen doors on 3 of the sides. So I don't know how that can be labeled as paved terrace in that area to the right of the swimming pool and to the left of the pool cabana when it's a room that has retractable doors on 3 sides. So if the offer is to remove the pergola on the left side of the pool, thanks but no thanks. Let's talk about the significant roof structure over top of the accessory room, which is unclear to me whether there's GFA associated with that or whether it's just a cabana space that is now being associated with the GFA. So, again, I would urge the committee, this should not be done on the fly by the applicant this way. If they want to show some good faith to the neighborhood, defer this and come back with detailed plans. Tell us the above grade GFA of the cabana, what is being counted, what is being removed, and work with us. I can't guarantee that we'll support it, but right now, I think the distrust just grows.
I think there was another question. I can't remember if it was Mr. Chang or Ms. Hayes. Did you have a question? Go ahead.
It's okay, Chair. Mr. Niffel clarified the same point I was, that the pergola was at the other end of the pool.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bronskill. I'm going to go back to the agent now. Thanks. Mr. Abbey.
Yes, I listened with interest, and
Okay,
I don't.
so you have 5 minutes, sir. Okay, we're starting the clock.
I probably won't need 5 minutes.
Great.
I don't like the expression that everything was done on the fly. It's not my fault that he cannot read the drawings. The drawings clearly show the dimensions, and if you do the dimensions, you can work out the area. And I clearly, the pergola will be removed. You can make that a condition. The other concern was the roof. The roof was not a variance. It is open because they're not doors, they're screens. They're retractable screens. And I went at great lengths with the planning department and the zoning department to make sure that the correct ventilation. I think if you show at the bottom of the plan, I think I'm going to put it up on the screen, but there are slots in the doors for the ventilation, and they were quite happy to accept that. I think you could go right down to the bottom where the screens are. Keep going. Keep going, up. No, you've gone too far.
Which way, up or down?
I want to see there was one of the elevations.
Is there a page number?
Now here, the one you were on, go across. It's hard to do if I'd had my own drawings in front of me, I could have do it. But anyway, the point is they're not doors, they're screens, they're bug screens. And it is a terrace. It will be open most of the time. What else was his problem? Yeah, as I say, the roof, there's no height, there's no side yard, there's no setback issues with the roof. And I think one of the speakers said that we were going to take the pergola out and then referred to it being 10 feet. It is the roof of the cabana that is less than 4 meters at the edges. So there would be no shadowing effect. There was nothing done on the fly in this. This was done with a lot of effort with planning. And I seem to have lost you.
No, we're
Can you
still
hear me
here.
still? I've lost the picture. Sorry.
Okay, well, which picture?
I've got it back. Sorry. Okay. We spent nearly a year with zoning, going through everything to minimize these variances, and I don't know what more I can say other than I think that it is quite minor in nature because the size of it is. It's less than the above grade portion of the of it is below 60 meters, which I pointed out in the first part of my presentation. So I leave it with you.
I have a question. Did you have any discussions with Heritage at all?
I know that my client has continually had conversations with Heritage throughout with all kinds of things that they've done to the house in the past. And I'm not sure when my owner spoke to them with this presentation, but as you said, it was circulated to them and they don't have any problem. So I don't see what's the issue.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Cheng?
Okay, just to be fair to the applicant, I just want you to answer very straightforwardly. How would you modify the plan? I mean, how could we approve this plan without the information that the opponent's lawyer was mentioning about? Because you said this is not on the fly, so how can we guarantee that by reducing the numbers you've mentioned, we are actually enforcing something that can be that what you have promised?
Well, I can quickly supply you with revised drawings. Make that a condition, that the drawings should reflect that the pergola is taken out, and I can put notification that they're screens and not doors. Any condition that you want to add.
Well, but
Well,
the
I think
problem with that is that the community would not have, wouldn't be able to see the drawings, and so I don't think that's a good option. I don't know.
You can put it in writing.
That lead to a second question. Are you okay with a deferral?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think that's fair, because I think that everything is presented is reasonable.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? No? Ms. Hayes?
So on the site plan, it looks about the tennis court. It's going to have to be fencing around that, is there not?
I don't believe so. It's not a professional. It's just a lawn. It'll just be white lines on the lawn. It's not a hard court.
No, I understand that, but usually to prevent balls from flying across maybe they're very good tennis players. The only reason I asked the question is there any additional variances that may be necessary to fulfill the desire to have the tennis court there?
Well, if there was, then zoning should have picked it out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision.
Sorry, Chair, I have one further question.
Okay, we're out of committee, Ms. Hayes.
I would like to understand from the applicant if he has any examples, even with the proposal as he's choosing to amend it, of accessory structures to the size that you are requesting be considered here.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hayes, I don't follow your question. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, so in terms of the maximum floor area of the ancillary building.
Oh, yes.
Accessory building. So yes, I acknowledge that you're indicating that you're going to wish to amend that variance to 107.86 meters squared.
Right.
In the neighborhood context, can you point us to any other ancillary buildings or accessory buildings that are of a size that you are requesting approved in this case?
No, I hear you, and I don't. It's very unusual to have a basement in a cabana, but and of course there's no. When I approached the zoning bylaw examiner, he said that there is nothing in the bylaw that excludes basements in cabanas, and that's why it's really a technical issue. If there had been, as per the main building, the basement is not considered, and unfortunately it is considered in a cabana, but I still regard that as a technical issue, because it's what's above grade that really counts.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I don't think, well, I do think we have an option. I think we've only got two options. One is, as Mr. Bronskill had indicated, to refuse the application or to defer it, and I would like to move a deferral. I agree with Mr. Bronskill that the the drawings before us are not sufficient for attaching as conditions if, in fact, this was to be approved, because there have been changes made, and some of the changes are not actually quite clear. I also, my hat goes off to the community for being able to figure out this extended roof over that extends out from beyond the canopy, because the cabana, because that's not really clear on the site plan, and it's a huge issue to be considered. I think that the only way forward is for this application to be deferred so that new drawings can be submitted to indicate the existing proposal. I also would like a condition that this matter be forwarded to Heritage to confirm that they have no concerns with it. I would hate to find out at the end that it was because of a loss of an application in the mail or something, but I'm amazed that there's nothing here from forestry. This is a substantial application. It has substantial heritage implications. So I'm not comfortable proceeding at the present time, so I would move a deferral.
Okay, anyone else have any comments? Mr. Clay?
Well, I understand what my colleague Carl is saying. Frankly, I don't share that view. I think the proposal is quite clear. I understand the apprehension and the concern that's been raised by the neighbors in the neighborhood. And if you look at, and I have read all the opposition, one of the main themes that I saw was frustration and anger over the length of time that this building has been under various states of construction. I think it runs up to about 15 years. And I totally get that. If that's in fact the case, that would drive, I think, any of us a little bit crazy. So I think that's probably one of the things that is driving a lot of the community apprehension and concern over this one. I look at the actual variances before us, and frankly, with the removal of two of them, they're really quite modest. And I accept the applicant's view about the FSI for the cabana, that half of it's underground. While that's unusual, I don't think the above ground portion represents a significant impact on the surrounding neighbors. These are very, very large lot. This is sort of a corner lot. It's very visible to everyone, so everyone sees it and everyone has an opinion on it. But the actual variances before us, I think, are quite clear. I think we can attach a condition around the pergola. And overall, I don't see this being a significant impact on the neighbors in the neighborhood. So I'm sorry, Carl. I wouldn't necessarily support a deferral in this case.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, Ms. Hayes.
I think that my concern is if we move forward and consider it, it is the clarity with which we would be able to put forward a motion and point to some plan that would clearly indicate that there would the removal of the pergola and no structure at that end of the pool, and that because the site plan does not point out the roof structure of the cabana and the extensive screening and wet bar, etc., that we'd want to, that there be certainty that what is proposed is indeed, if it was approved, what is built versus those walls becoming something different. My concern would be how do we deal with the built form when the site plan doesn't show that, and we'd have to look at and rely upon the sort of drawing at A13 with respect to the cabana and the roof structure and the wet bar and the screening to ensure that a built form is not there, because zoning review has considered that none of that counts towards the variance, and it's only the structure of the cabana building that has been deemed to be part of the calculation. So those would be some of the struggles, I think, that if we were to proceed with it, I need to have real specifics with respect to what was going to end up being built.
Mr. Chang, did you want to add something? Or I thought I saw your hand up.
She just verbalized exactly what I was thinking. I have no problem. I agree with everyone here. The question is, I think it's not clear, but the variances is quite straightforward. It's acceptable, but the question is, how do we ensure that what we're agreeing on is actually executable? So.
Okay. Did you want to move a motion at all? Everybody's commented now, so.
I just don't know how to support it without, I mean, I need some help to create a condition to approve it.
Okay, so there's a suggestion for deferral and moving forward, so I need a motion from somebody.
Carl, do you want to move a deferral?
No, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
I'll try and move a motion because again, as I mentioned, I think that I take everyone's point, and maybe we can introduce a condition or two that helps us add a little bit of clarity. And I did want to acknowledge everyone who called in, everyone who wrote in. Your comments and those of your solicitor were really good. But I think in the whole picture of this neighborhood and what is actually being proposed and what is before us is actually fairly modest. So I'd like to move approval of this application, subject to, I think forestry does have a condition. I think someone
number two.
Wondered whether
number two.
Yeah, so someone wondered why forestry hasn't weighed in. I think they have. And I'll start with a condition about the pergola, and I think a condition is acceptable to the agent, and I think it is enforceable in the sense that that there be that the pergola on all of the drawings or on the site plan be removed and not constructed. I'm not sure, to my colleagues' points about the cabana and whether there is anything further that we need to do. It is a screened-in area. It is a roof line, which is represented in the drawings. I don't think there's necessarily any more clear, unless you guys can point me to something that needs to be clearer. Carl?
Larry, I think, pardon me, I think the issue is the extent of the space under the roof. And if you were trying to describe that, I think you'd have to, as Joanne indicated earlier, you'd have to call up drawing number A13. And my concern would be that the roof area of the cabana not extend beyond that shown on this drawing. This is the only drawing that basically clarifies that there's permanent structures going underneath that roof. There's a wet bar, so there's some kind of a raised area that has got plumbing and so forth. There's chairs. There's an area behind it that stores the screens, but it's actually a structure. So those items, it would have been helpful to see on the site plan. You don't see them on the site plan, so I think if you're going to call them up, and I think you'd want to limit the size of this thing, I think you'd have to call drawing number A13. The only place I can find that shows you what's intended.
Yeah, so would we be comfortable then a condition that states that the cabana be constructed in accordance to that represented on drawing A13?
I think you have to also call in the elevations, because the roof actually could become much bigger.
Well, the elevations include the pergola, though. That's the only thing. So,
yeah.
Well, I think if we said, if we also included a 15 and a 16 elevations as, with respect to the, cabana. Because those elevation drawings speak to the cabana on its own.
Yeah, and they actually do show the underground portion of the cabana too, which I think is relevant.
So if we said 13, well, 13, 14, 15, and 16, I think that's clear what the cabana is from a built perspective.
Agreed. So the motion is to approve forestry number 2, the removal and no construction of a pergola, and tying the cabana to plans A13 through A17.
Okay, and it's the application as amended, right?
As amended. Chair, does that make sense to you?
Yep. So
Okay.
the amendments are variances 2 and 3 were deleted, and variance number 1 was changed to 107.86 meters squared. Okay.
Okay.
Is there a seconder for that? Mr. Cheng? Okay, so the motion then is to approve the application. So the purpose is going to be adjusted by removing the pergola and balconies from the purpose. Condition that the cabana be constructed as per tying it to A13, 14, 15, and 16, and deleting variances 2 and 3, and changing variance number 1 to read 107.86 meters squared. So that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor?
Madam Chairman,
Yeah.
before we vote,
Yeah.
the applicant
And
also
forestry number
volunteered,
2, sorry.
and the applicant also volunteered that there would be tree screening along between the cabana and the, hold on, the north
north and west side.
west sides. I think
Yeah.
we need that as a condition as well.
Actually, I have it written down here from before, so yeah, that condition with trees to be planted on the north and west sides, and forestry number 2. So the motion's again moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Chair, can I just maybe suggest and indulge my colleagues and staff? I think one of the things that really struck me was the anger in the community about how long this construction project has been ongoing. And while we have absolutely no control over construction, could we consider just putting a comment in that would encourage the applicant to undertake these changes with haste or quickly as possible and complete them as quickly as possible? I think that does no enforceability, but I personally would like to see that in. I think 15 years of construction is excessive, and I'd encourage the agent and their owners to move ahead as fast as possible and complete this project as quickly as possible.
All right, item number 8, 112 Harvard Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of on-site trees, a deferral request from the agent, previous decisions from committee as well as the OLT, staff report from transportation. They're asking for a condition, and correspondence from the Harvard Village Association. Okay, so they're asking for a deferral. Do I have the agent on the line?
Barry Goldman, you've been
Good
unmuted.
morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. I'm the architect, the agent for this application, and we would like to request a deferral. There was a mathematical error made by the zoning examiner. They did correct it, but not with sufficient time for the letters to be resent to the neighbors. There's There's no real change to the proposal, but the variances that were mailed out don't actually reflect the variances that we will be seeking. So
Okay.
for that reason, we'd like to defer.
Can you just stand by a second? Do you have the speaker? I have one speaker listed. I just, I'm not sure if we have them on the line or not.
Jesse, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Jesse.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. We're going to be having to defer this application because there was a technical error related to zoning. So it's going to be recirculated. Were you in opposition to this, or you have a concern, or?
No, I just had a few concerns, but I did speak to one of the neighbors who was more involved with meeting Barry, I guess, and I don't have concerns anymore, so I'm okay with it.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Okay, Mr. Goldman, we're going to take it into committee then to the deferral, and to staff, are you going to be able to get this on an agenda as soon as possible?
Through you, Madam Chair, the next available hearing.
Okay. All right, panel members to the deferral. Ms. Hayes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the reasons the applicant noted in the notice does not reflect what variances are really necessary for this project, I move to defer the application with no conditions.
Okay, so motion to defer the application to the first available date, moved by Ms. Hayes. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Chang, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 9. 7 Maxwell. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 5 photographs of trees. We have 7 photographs of rendering of the site. And we have 17 photographs from a number of addresses on Duplex, Carlton Avenue, Hillsdale, Anderson, Oriole Parkway, Tranmere, Highbourne Road, LaSalle's. And those are prepared by Georgian Renovations. Okay. Do you have both speakers? Okay, so you don't have the second one? All right. Do I have the agent on the line?
Michelle, you've been unmuted.
Michelle Mobby?
Yes, this is Michelle Mobby. I'm the agent for 7 Maxwell from Georgian Design Build.
Okay, just 1 second. Have you tried that other speaker? They're not there. Okay. All right, panel members, we have 3 variances before us. Do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, Michelle, we have no questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, thank you.
All right, we're in committee. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having reviewed the material that's been part of the file and the numerous photographs of properties in the neighborhood that are at 3 stories, I think the variances, the other variants of themselves are quite minor, and I would like to move for approval of the application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded.
Joanne, would you consider a friendly amendment of tying it to the elevation drawings?
Sure.
The way in which the 3rd floor is done is actually rather nice, and I'd like to ensure it.
Sure, certainly. Let's tie that to the elevation drawings then.
Okay, so motion to approve with a condition to tie it to the elevation drawings, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Item number 10, 21 Eastdale Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a copy of the revised site plan We have Forestry asking for condition number 2. 8 form letters in support from the adjacent neighbor at number 23, as well as 5 other people on Eastdale, 34 and 38 Newman Avenue, and we have correspondence expressing interest from number 36 Newman. Do you have both speakers on this one? Okay.
Dale, you've been unmuted.
Morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Dale Terry of Trenton Drafting and Design. I'm the applicant and the agent for the Lorenzo family.
Okay, I do have one speaker, and if you could do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes.
Absolutely, Madam. So this neighborhood is comprised of single-family dwellings, townhouses, large apartment buildings. The owner is looking to demolish the existing one-story building and construct a new 2-story dwelling with an integral garage. That's something that we don't have right now on this property, is a place to actually park a car. So that's one good thing. It'll be bringing a car off the street. The house is approximately 2,200 square feet of living space, which is not obnoxious or overly large compared to a lot of houses in the neighborhood. There's several houses on the street which are about the same size or larger. So we're looking for committee to approve us on our minor variances to allow us to construct this dwelling.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll come back to you after I hear from the opposition.
Don Melton, you've been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Don Melton. I'm the owner of 36 Newman Avenue, which abuts our rear yard, abuts the rear yard of 21 Eastdale. Do you have the, I did a little sketch of basically what my concern is. It's basically the fact that there's a 6-foot elevation difference between grade of my backyard and grade of theirs, which puts the windows of the first and second floor extremely high and makes it difficult for me to conceive of how to put privacy fencing in. I put a sketch in my submission, if you can see it. It's just a hand.
Is it the one on the screen?
I don't have.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, okay, so you're looking at it. It's just a piece of paper. It's 1 foot to 6 inches. 1 inch to 6 feet, just for scale. But you can see that. Wait a minute. I need to get my copy on my screen. Where'd it go? Just give me a second, thank you. So fundamentally, right now, there's on the right-hand side of that drawing is the edge of the western edge of my house, and on the left-hand side is the elevation drawing from the plan submitted by the applicant. So you can see that the first and second floors, the windows on the first and second floors, essentially, even though there's a privacy fence in place today, will basically give the people on those floors direct view into all of my yard. Those windows are also shown on the elevation view that I included as having balconies and sliding doors. So it leads me to expect that people will actually be spending time on those balconies, and it's not just a case of someone glancing out the window into my backyard. That fundamentally is my only issue with the windows. And I guess relating to that is the number 2 of the variance, which essentially the building is going to be 7 feet higher than the bylaw allows. If it were within bylaw, I would still have a challenge doing privacy fencing, but it might be achievable with tall shrubs or something planted on top of the retaining wall at the left, at the end of my property on the property line. As it stands now, I would have to get 20 to 25 feet in height to provide privacy from the top window. And that's basically my concern with it. I looked to the architects to help provide solutions to it. I offered to speak to the architects when the form letters were brought around, but I didn't hear anything back. So that's where I'd like to leave it with the committee, is whether we can do anything about this. I don't believe that privacy is necessarily under your remit, but it does cause me a problem with use of my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker panel members? No? Okay. Are you there, Mr. Tevio?
Dale?
Madam Chair, sorry about that. Yeah, the mute wasn't working properly.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Melton at 36 Newman for your letter and your statement and speaking. I do appreciate that very, very much, and your candor. That was the first I've heard that we had any opposition, because I did have the owners go out and petition the neighbors. I tried to do that on all the applications, so that at least we say we did our due diligence. This is the first I heard that there was any opposition. I'm really sorry that I didn't have an actual chance to speak to you, but now that I've seen your letter, I've heard from you. A couple of things that we could possibly offer and committee could consider as conditions to approval to help with this situation. Because unfortunately, the topography from Eastdale to Newman, if you go onto Google or Google Earth, you can see there's quite a difference in elevation between the two streets at this particular location. Also, another thing that happens is when you're looking at Mr. Melton's house, he's surrounded by lots of houses, lots of apartment buildings, so there is a lot of overlook, and I do appreciate that. I used to live up the street at Vic Park in Lawrence area in a little townhouse there about 2 years ago, and that's what I had, was overlook of all the apartment buildings, and they could see our patios or whatever we were doing. So I understand the lack of privacy in the city, and is an unfortunate thing, but we try to do what we can to mitigate, those problems. So what I could suggest is at the rear of the property where that privacy screen or fence is, we could look at doing, and this could be a condition from committee, we could do a raised planter, probably about 2 or 3 feet, and we could plant some cedars. They're going to be low right now. They'll be probably about 4 feet or maybe 5 feet in height. But over time, that will grow. And cedars are notoriously good at growing really, really fast. And that will provide you some additional privacy and screening. We could look at doing some kind of privacy screen around the guardrail there. The problem is you're going to be looking at this mass. And that may not be aesthetically pleasing, as opposed to having, a guardrail there, where they might have a patio set with an umbrella, and that actually provides a little bit of screening and shelter as well. So that's my thoughts. And again, I do thank you, Mr. Melton, for providing us with your comments. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to react to it earlier.
Could you consider some kind of an opaque, like, guardrail, like glass or something? Dale? What happened?
Sorry about that. I got muted again. Yeah, absolutely, we could. So it's just a question of just imagine what it's going to look like. And usually these decks are constructed out of wood, pressure treated or cedar. So.
Okay, so if we were to put a condition on, the cedars would be just, if you can specify, then it would be at the rear?
That's correct.
Okay, so all along the rear lot line.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Hayes?
I just wanted clarification. My understanding from looking at the plans is that on the second and third story, those are not, they're basically doors with a railing. There's no balcony there. They're Juliet balcony.
On the second floor, that is just a Juliet rail, just to get fresh air in. On the main floor, that's an actual deck. It's an 8-foot deck
Yeah,
across the
okay.
back
So
wall.
just to sorry, to address the neighbors issue, I just wanted confirmation that that's not, that off the bedroom there is not a balcony, so there's not going to be someone lounging out there with a increased overlook. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think there's also a privacy issue on the two ends of that deck. It's unfortunate because I mean, I'd almost ask you whether you'd consider taking the deck off, because at that height, it really is an imposition on the neighbors. I think if you provide cedars along the property line, as you've indicated, for the person who abuts the property on the back, I think you need to provide screening on the two ends, which I think are the north and the south ends of that deck. And I appreciate your point. The screening makes it even a bigger eyesore, the deck itself, but it also provides some privacy. I think the only reasonable solution is to remove the deck altogether, and I'm just assuming that that's not going to be acceptable to your client. So as a minimum, I think you need to provide screening on the two ends of that deck.
We could definitely look at that, sir, and that you can make that a condition.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee. Okay, anybody?
Chair, oh, sorry, Carl, you go ahead.
No, go ahead, Larry.
I think overall this is a reasonable application. I don't think it's going to have any negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. I think it fits in well with the streetscape, and particularly given what is there now. Not surprised that that is the kind of dwelling that is going to be redeveloped. I think we all accept the rear neighbor's concern about privacy, and maybe we can attach some conditions. I think Carl's point is that we should screen both I guess it's the first floor deck and the second floor Juliet, provide opaque privacy screening around both of those. And I think the applicant was amenable to something like planting cedar trees at the back fence, so that over time those will grow to provide additional screening. So I think we'll make those conditions.
Larry, I don't think that we would screen the Juliet balcony. Basically, it's just a railing attached to the wall. So
I wondered about that, Carl, but I did notice that the adjacent neighbor in his drawings seemed to be equally, if not more, concerned about the sight lines from the second story.
I'm wondering if that's a misunderstanding of the drawing. I mean, the only thing that would make any sense is to place a fin on either side of the Juliet balcony, but basically from my perspective, the Juliet balcony doesn't pose any more of a privacy concern than the window itself.
No, and that's a fair point. There are other windows in the back as well. I'm fine with not putting. I get the point about Juliet, and it is a bedroom, so I don't think there is going to be a whole lot of instances where there's going to be people staring out at their neighbors from a bedroom. So I think, upon reflection, Carl, I agree. Let's just do the screening on the first floor. What did you say about a fin?
Yeah, what is a fin?
If you wanted to do Juliet, you'd have to do a fin on the wall, but I'm not sure that that that's necessary, because then you'd want to put fins on all the windows as well, and that I don't think is reasonable.
Okay, the architects are getting excited
Yeah,
about a
I
fin
can
here.
see that too.
That will get into setback issues. Staff will be calculating
Yeah.
some sort of setback, so.
So let's avoid that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we learned something new today, Lair. Fins.
We did.
There you go.
Fin.
Okay, so we have a motion then, moved by Mr. Clay with forestry condition number 2, a condition for cedars all along the rear lot line, and a condition for opaque screening on the first floor deck. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng. Okay.
Sorry, did I miss it? Did we say forestry condition number 2 as well?
We did.
Yep. Yes, we did.
We did. So all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 11, 16 Beaton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the yard. Quite a bit of support, 23 form letters. That includes both adjacent neighbors at 14 and 18 Beaton. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Mike, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, panel. My name is Mike Rivera. I'm here representing 16 Beaton Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road. How are you?
Okay, good morning. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions, panel members? No? Okay, sir, it looks like there are no questions. Anything to add other than the materials we have?
I believe our application is pretty straightforward. As you mentioned, we have 23 letters of support, most importantly from the adjoining neighbors on either side at 14 and 18. This is a relatively small street. There's only about 5 homes on Beaton Avenue itself. Directly across is a school and park, so it's kind of hard to have precedent necessarily on the street itself, but there is precedent within the surrounding streets as well. So I'm open to any questions you might have, but I believe our application speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. Let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Hayes?
Thank you, Chair. I think what's being proposed here is reasonable and meets the 4 tests under the Act, and is certainly not out of context with the neighborhood. So I would like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, so a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 12.
Chairman, we have 5 minutes.
I was actually going to do just one more and then take 5. Are you okay with that? Because there's a lot
That's
of
fine.
projectors on
That's
that
fine.
one. Okay. Item number 12, 553 Shaw Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A copy of the plan of survey, the revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 6 photographs of trees. And we have support from 353 Harbord, as well as 4 form letters from residents on Shaw, including both adjacent neighbors at 551 and 555. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions? No questions? Okay.
Oh, just the trying to catch up here, Chair. Sorry. Were there any screening? So there's a 2nd and 3rd floor deck off the rear. Is there screening on those balconies?
No, there is no screening that is currently on the drawings, but we'd be open to including that as well.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. You're up pretty high. There is overlook concerns from your adjacent neighbors. I think that would be not unreasonable.
Yeah, we'd be okay with that.
Okay.
Also, I don't think you identified yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the applicant.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Hayes?
Hi, just there was some questions as I was going through this in terms of what's under active permit and why is this necessary now? I was a little bit confused about how we found ourselves with new variances. But specifically with respect to the rear yard soft landscaping, what's, is that representative of the landscaped area in other parts of that street?
Yes, actually, we do feel that the 58% rear yard soft landscaping is quite reasonable, given the number of properties on Shaw Street to the north and south, which do not appear to show even this amount of rear yard soft landscaping.
Okay.
So we feel this is quite reasonable for the street.
So you've made some changes subsequent to the permits that have already been issued that have then now require variances, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. McQuaid?
Just to a technical one to Sabrina, I appreciate that the laneway suite is as of right, but there is, because of the rear yard landscaping and its relationship to the laneway suite, do we need to put the laneway suite into the purpose, or are we okay with not referencing it?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it's okay not to reference it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Dome, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I'm okay with proceeding. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Nifel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that this is a reasonable application and I don't have any difficulty supporting it. With the laneway suite, which didn't immediately pop out at me, I still think it's a reasonable proposal. The only concern that I had is with screening of those decks that Mr. Clay raised, so that subject to providing screening on the north and south edges of both the second and third story decks, I'd like to move approval of the application.
Okay, so condition for screening, I'm sorry, can you just repeat it?
On the north and the south ends of the second and third story decks.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Nifel. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes, all in
So
favor?
do we want to just say to a minimum of 1.5 meters?
Yeah, I'm assuming that that's normally what we say,
Okay.
but yeah, that's what I intended.
Thank you. Yes, I second.
All right, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, so we'll take a break.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. We'll be back at 11:55. Okay. Okay. All right, we're back. Item number 13, 168 Rhodes Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of on-site trees. Panel members, we have two variances before us, and I have only the agent as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
John Boone, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. If you can just state your name for the record, and I don't think we need a presentation, and then I'll see if there's any questions.
My name is John Boone. I'm an architect and agent acting for the owner.
Okay, thanks. Panel members, any questions? Okay, Mr. Boone, we're ready to make a decision on this one. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure, thanks, Chair. I think this one's a very straightforward application. This is a street in a neighborhood with a very eclectic mix of housing, all different kinds of styles. I don't think that the addition of a second story above the porch would negatively impact on it at all. There is no opposition, and I think it's a very straightforward application. I'll move approval with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder, Ms. Hayes? So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 14, 29 DERWYN Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, previous decision package, presentation materials submitted by the agent, 3 previous decision lists, 5 form letters in support signed by owners of 6 and 9 Northridge, 5, 26, and 39 DERWYN Road. We have correspondence in opposition from a number of residents on DERWYN Road, and that includes both adjacent neighbors. I'm showing 7 speakers. Do we have them all? Oh, really? Okay, we have 7 listed, but right now we only have 2 on the phone. We'll try the other ones. In the meantime, do I have the agent on the line?
The agent owner, hello?
Hi. Didn't get your name. You were cutting out.
Yes, my name is Leo Mastandre. I'm the agent for the owners at 29 DERWYN.
Okay, I'm going to need you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. We'll start the clock now.
So we spoke to planning, and planning asked us to reduce the height. So we reduced the height, so we revised variance number 5 to read...
So hold on, you're revising it now, right?
We submitted it prior, but after this change, planning seemed to be okay with our revisions.
Okay.
So we agreed to change variance number 5 from 8.89 to 8.64.
Okay.
And variance number 10 to read from 9.19 to 8.94.
What?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just.
There isn't
There is no
10.
variant.
I don't have the
There
number
is
10.
no number 10. So which one are you changing to 8.94? Is it number 9?
Yes, it's number 9.
Okay.
I guess there was a revised submission because I have one that says number 10, but that's fine. Yeah, it's number 9. Oh, actually, it said number 10, but it's actually number 9.
Okay,
It
so.
goes 8 then 10 on my
Okay,
public
well,
hearing.
something went awry. Anyways, whatever. So you're changing variance number 5 to read 8.64
Yes,
meters, and variance number 9, 8.94 meters.
correct.
Okay, that's it, as for the changes?
Yes, and then planning seemed to be fine with our revisions.
Okay.
So we submitted a map showing the coverages in the area, as well as the floor space index. I believe it's at the end of that notice. So that map is showing the coverage, which I just wanted to show that our coverage is consistent with what's been approved in the area. So we listed all the different addresses with the approved coverage, and there's quite a few of them. And there's another map showing the floor area, floor space index. Yeah, I believe it's there. As well, I just noted all the floor space indexes which were above what we are asking for. So I believe our floor area and coverage are consistent. As far as our heights are concerned, I've submitted, if you could turn to page number 6, I've submitted decisions. After the photos, there should be some decisions. No.
Are you talking about the charts?
The height. So I'm in the. If you want to look at the photos, so these are some of the photos with similar heights in the area. Number 7 DERWYN, which is that number second one. And across the street from our proposal is the one that's noted as number 2. That's directly across the street. That one there, that's directly across the street from us. So we're asking for similar variances. And I've also submitted some. If you look at decisions for my height, I submitted, I have it listed as page number 6. Could be.
Okay, you're almost at 5 minutes, so I'm not sure what you're looking for, but.
So our height is consistent with what's being approved. I've submitted notices of decisions. 7 DERWYN was approved at 8.48. Number, can I just pull up my front elevation just for 1 minute? Yeah, so those are the decisions for the heights, and they're as high as 9.25 meters, and we're asking for 8.94. But if you could pull up my front elevation on A6, I believe. I just wanted to note a few things which planning was okay with. If you look at the architectural feature in the front, it's the one in the middle that we're asking for the height. If you look at the side of that, it's only at 8.53. And the main wall height is at 8.13. So it's the piece in the middle, and it only goes back about 5 feet, which is the extra height that we're asking for.
I'm gonna have to stop you now. You're almost at 6.5 minutes, so I gave you a bit of extra time just because of the changes you made. But I'm gonna go to the opposition, and then we'll have you back. Okay, so who do we have?
Sorry, Madam Chairman, could I ask a question? What I didn't hear was a presentation of this application. What I heard was that the applicant found examples of buildings that were bigger and taller and more intrusive, and we had a list of them. that's fine, I suppose. I don't know that it's all that relevant. What I didn't hear was why is this building built or proposed the way it is, given the unique conditions? If you pull up on Google, the house in question is a bungalow surrounded by bungalows. And I heard nothing in the applicant's submission to clarify why he's proposing this. I don't expect to hear that, but frankly, just hearing that there are bigger and more intrusive buildings somewhere in a neighborhood, I don't think is instructive, and just my comment.
Okay, thank you. Just bear with me a second to see which speakers we have. Okay, so they're a question marks. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the opposition. So as it stands now, panel members, we've got 5 speakers. Okay.
Christina Heidig, you've been unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Christina Hayting. I live at 28 Northridge Avenue, which is behind the proposed building. I would like to focus on the deck that is proposed, and how it's going to impact my family and I believe the neighborhood. So my family and I, we recently bought our house, and one of the major reasons we bought it was because of the backyard green spaces in the neighborhood, which provide a lot of privacy. The proposed deck at 29 DERWYN is going to invade that privacy. The deck is proposed to be 2.75 meters high and stretch out 3.96 meters from the rear wall. So with this height, the deck is actually, it's essentially on the 2nd floor of the proposed house. So it seems to me that it should be treated as a balcony, not a deck. If you want to put a balcony, then put it on the 1st floor. Now that's where their car is, but that seems to me where it should go. In my research, I found one very similar proposal for a deck of this height and size. It was in 2021. There's a proposal for a deck at 121 Durant Avenue that would be 2.13 meters high and 3 meters from the rear wall, and this variance was refused. So I just don't see a precedent for that, but even more so, it's a 129% increase in the permitted height. And, you know, as I was reading the official plan, one part says development in neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing open space patterns in these areas. The deck doesn't respect open space patterns in East York. And I think it's really going to impact green spaces around the property. I think even with a privacy fence, it's still gonna severely impact privacy. I think a solution would be to reduce the deck so that it's actually more to the scale of a balcony. I think that's a fair compromise. I wanted to make one other note. So the letters of support for the proposed building provided by LEMCAD, I think they should be looked into because I know at least of one person, Sam Gigas, you can see his signed note. His signature is presented, but he doesn't support the building of the dwelling. He and his wife submitted an email yesterday explaining the situation. I'm not sure if that can be included because it was sent late, but it was sent late because they didn't understand what they signed. And they're not in support of the house. So I just wanted, I'm not sure if anything can be done with that, but I wanted to let you know. It especially, I think their email notes the negative impact that a similar building has had on their bungalow. And just to imagine this, so we live in a bungalow, their deck would almost be where our roof starts. So to me, that's not a deck, that's a balcony. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thanks a lot. Do you have Mr. Simmons?
Matthew Simmons, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Simmons?
Matthew Simmons, your call-in user, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, I'll go to the next one.
John, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Karapostolakis?
John Karapostolakis, you've been unmuted.
Oh, boy. Okay, can you go to Patty Johnson, please?
Patty Johnston, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Could you just identify yourself, name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I don't know if I'll need that, but basically my name is Patty Johnston and I live at 14 DERWYN. And I know we've had that large structure across from 29 DERWYN just built, and it is very imposing on the neighborhood. And this is a neighborhood of bungalows. There's a few, larger houses, but nothing quite that large. And I guess my biggest concerns are the privacy. I see a lot of windows on the sides, as well as the balcony in the back, or the deck in the back, and worried about that and green space.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, is there anything else, Ms. Johnston?
One of the things I've seen done with balcony or decks in the back when they're at that level, my next door neighbor had one actually, and what they ended up doing was reducing the size of it dramatically and basically making it a walkout with screening on the side and a stairwell down to a lower level deck.
Okay. Well, the applicant or the agent's listening, so we'll see if he has any willingness to make any adjustments when he comes back. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Panel doesn't have any questions for you. I saw him pop up, sure.
Matthew Simmons, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Simmons, are you there? Okay. Let's go to the last one and then we can come back and.
Panagiotta, you've been unmuted.
Hi, that's my mother-in-law. My name is Paul Pinto. I'm her son-in-law, and she lives at 27 Dorwood. Like, she's right beside it. Her main concern is the length of the house. She doesn't mind the height, it's the length. So the guy said he's going to go back 5 feet. That's going to my mother-in-law has a garden in her backyard, and that structure of 5 feet is going to block the sun to that garden. So that's her concern. And the deck in the second floor with privacy into her backyard. She's also concerned that the amount of property tax she pays, privacy is a big issue for her. She likes her privacy. So that's our two main concerns, is that the value of that house is going to go up, increase the property taxes around the neighborhood, the sunlight to her garden, and the privacy that this deck is going to take away from my mother-in-law. So that's why she's against this proposal.
Sir, I would really appreciate if you could spell your name. I didn't get your name at the beginning.
My name is Paul, Paul.
Yep.
Pinto, Pinto. I'm her son-in-law.
Oh.
Unfortunately, she couldn't make it to this meeting, so she asked me to represent her.
Okay, so Paul Pinto, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Panel,
welcome.
panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Pinto? No? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to try Mr. Simmons again?
Matthew Simmons, you've been unmuted.
I'm sorry, your recording time has expired. To send this message now, press.
Okay. I have Patty Johnston.
I thought we did Patty Johnson.
Oh,
We did.
you're right, you're right.
Yeah, we did
We
Patty
did.
Johnson. What about Kara Postolakis?
We have him unmuted, but I have yet to hear anything.
Try it again. I mean, and then I.
Yeah. John Karapostolakis, you've been unmuted.
John or Philomena Karapostolakis? Okay, and the other two you don't have?
Yeah. No.
All right. Well, I
I
don't
can
know
I
what,
can keep calling.
you can try, I'm gonna go back to the agent though.
Sure. Leo, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, so based on some of the concerns I'm hearing from the neighbors, what we could do is we could reduce the rear deck, so variance number 3, to read instead of 3.96 from the rear main wall, it could be 2.5 meters from the main wall. And we could put privacy screening on the sides. Also, someone mentioned some green space. We don't have a variance for rear yard or front yard landscaping. And we also comply with the building length and depth. And we did speak to planning, and planning did not have any concerns regarding anything except for the heights, which we reduced to address their concerns. And we've submitted numerous amounts of decisions in regards to the floor space index and the coverage, as well as the height. If you could just pull up page number 1 of my photos. So to the north, it's a 2-story dwelling, and across the street, the next page down, that's directly across the street. And if you go down even further, that's that's about 4 or 5 doors down to the north. And if you go further, and that's about 6 doors to the south. And again, these are all consistent with similar proposals which we are asking for. I do believe these meet the 4 tests, and I am willing to reduce the deck and provide privacy screening.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Clay, then Ms. Hayes, then Mr. Nipfel.
Thanks, Chair. Leo, you've offered up a couple of concessions to what we heard from neighbors that have some concerns. Did you or your client have any discussions with adjacent or surrounding neighbors at all on this application?
Yes, my client did go around and speak to some of the neighbors, and we did submit some letters of support. He also went further to speak to the neighbors about a week ago as well, and tried to explain what our proposal actually was. And he mentioned that one of the neighbors, after he went through the design did not have any concerns, but I guess they're here today and they're addressing their concerns. But again, we do comply with the building length. We don't have any landscape variances, and our other variances are pretty well consistent with what's been approved here at the committee.
Okay, Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. In any of the other examples you provided, or in any other properties you can point to in the neighborhood, with respect to the variance for the deck above grade, can you point us to anything that has been that exists with respect to that variance?
Well, as I mentioned, we can reduce.
No, I'm talking about the portion of the variance that deals with it being above grade. So it's you know, it's maybe no higher than 1.2 meters, and you're asking for 2.89.
Well, if it's an issue, we could remove the deck completely and just provide a balcony, like a French balcony with a railing across it. If that will help the application, we can remove the variance number 3 completely.
Variance number 2. Okay. 3, sorry. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yes.
Is it 2 and 3, or I am confused now?
No, number 2 is related to those little balconies at the front at the first.
Yeah. Okay, so it's just
Number 3 is the rear.
Okay, so instead of amending it, we're deleting it now then, Leo?
Yes, it seems it's an issue, so we can delete it and just put a railing across the rear.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel, you had a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Leo, the front yard is virtually all paved, and I'm very surprised that there isn't a variance for landscaping. So you just might want to double check that. I'm amazed there isn't a variance for landscaping. Having said that, I think it would be advantageous if there was less paving in the front yard. As the official plan says, development will minimize driveways and curb cuts and limit surface parking between the front building and the public street. And I think in this case, there's an awful lot of paving between the front of the building and the public street. I question why this has to be a double car garage, because that's one of the reasons that you've got so much paving in the front. Had you considered a single car garage, or would you consider this being a single car garage? The majority of integral garages are not double car garages. I realize that there are a number of them around, but in almost all cases, they're producing problems. They're producing huge runoff problems.
You there, Leo?
Well, this was at my client's request, and because it was existing across the street, he was hoping to get the same thing. And it is an area that's in transition, and to have 2-car garage, I think is a benefit to the owner, as well as moving forward with any further decisions. I think having 2 cars is appropriate, because most families have 2 cars where it'd be more convenient as opposed to a 1-car garage. And again, it's existing right directly across the street, and our proposal is very, very similar.
Most of the people that were objecting, even those that didn't listen to that wrote in, they were all objecting about that property across the street, that it was something that they considered to be offensive and inappropriate. And just to your point about transition, yes, the areas are in transition, but the transition's going the other way, not providing more cars or more parking, is providing less cars and less parking. So your answer is that you want to stick with a double car garage, right?
Yes, but we do comply with the front yard landscaping.
I know I still think there's a problem though, relative to the amount of the front yard that's covered with paving, but thank you.
Is there a single curb cut? Is there a curb cut now there? Leo?
Yes, there's a single curb cut right now.
So in order to improve the landscaping and assuming the cars are going to be actually parking in the garage instead of in front of it, is there a way to keep it a single curb cut and then have it kind of angle rather than the whole thing being a double car driveway?
Yeah, if that will help our application, as long as transportation doesn't have any concerns, I think we could make that happen.
And if you make that happen, then, well, there is no variance for landscaping. So would you be able to send staff like a revised site plans showing the change in the landscaping in the front, and maybe you could give a number of an idea what it would be for Mr. Niffel to see how it would improve the front?
Well, you mean to do it right now, or?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I could do something.
Okay, how much more do you think you could give us in the front?
Well, because we only have 17'6" to our front yard, the angle would have to be on the city property. So I don't think the landscaping would change much, because the angle would be from the corner of the walkway to the curb.
Mm-hmm.
So the landscaping won't change because the landscaping's on our property, because we have an additional, hang on a sec.
Yeah, you're right. It would be mostly on city property, probably.
Yeah, we have an additional 12 feet. So we have 17'6" from the property line to our house, and then we have an additional 13 feet from the property line to the sidewalk.
Okay, it was just a thought. Any other questions? Okay, we don't have any further questions. We're going to take it into committee for a decision. Okay, who wants to weigh in on this one? Mr. Chang, was that a yawn or was that your hand up?
I was coughing. I'm just covering my hand, but I don't have any comments. I think I would support the application. I think the driveway would have been nicer, but there's a tree protection area, and the property line is in the middle of the landscape. I don't think, and it's not a variance. So, I mean, it's good that we bring it up, but if it's not possible, I think keeping the driveway safe and the tree safe is more important.
Okay. If there are anybody else, Mr. Clay?
Oh, no, I was going to move a motion, Chair.
Okay.
'Cause I think we're probably ready.
Carl, did you want to say something, or you were also?
No, I was just going to say the reason I wasn't jumping to the gun is I won't be supporting the application. So
Okay.
I gather Larry's going to move a motion.
Okay, Larry, go ahead.
Sure. I will Again, this is an area in transition. It is a little bit over what is the bylaw requires, but you know, when you look at that height relative to the heights that are being approved in other neighborhoods, and the number of homes that are now starting to pop up in that, even on that street or in that area, this is not really out of keeping or out of character with that. So I think in total, the variances being requested are relatively minor. I think there's some amendments to the variances. So I think we've dropped. Chair, help me out here.
Sure. Okay, I'll read them for you. We're deleting variance number 3, and
Correct.
variance number 5 becomes 8.64 meters, and variance number 9 becomes 8.94 meters, and I believe privacy screening on the deck was also proposed as a condition.
I thought we were removing the deck.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, that's my old note. Yeah, you're right.
And you know, the agent and the client have had extensive discussions with city staff, and one presumes that there's no comments from them, that they're satisfied with the amended proposal. So I'm going to move approval, subject to those conditions, Chair, which you just cited.
Okay, so that motion's moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, all in favor? Okay, that carries, and Mr. Nipfel dissents. Okay, so the application's been approved as amended. The next item is item number 15. 51 Cadorna Avenue. We have before us a copy of the revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, copy of the revised zoning notice, a covering letter from the agent. Forestry is asking for condition number 2, and correspondence expressing concern from number 53, which is adjacent. Yeah, I do have that person listed as a speaker. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, good afternoon, committee. My name is Andrew Miskey from AM Design Build Inc. I'm located at 347 Jane Street in Toronto. My clients at 51 Cadorna Avenue are proposing a 2-story rear addition to their 2-story single-family semi-detached brick home. The addition itself, the interior rooms are 14 feet by 11 feet, so they're not enormous. We are asking for 5 variances. Numbers 1 and 5 are the same, but from the old bylaw. In consultation with planning, we have improved the rear yard landscaping from the existing 4% up to 20%. And this was to alleviate their concerns about lot coverage and rainwater management. The other variance, number 2, pertains to the FSI. Currently the property is at 0.67, and we will be requesting 0.86. And I am aware of the letter from the neighbor to the north. After reviewing the 9 points he mentions, numbers 4 and 5 pertain to the possibility of their future addition. And because we're building 2 inches from the property line, I'm not concerned about party wall issues or potential basement constraints. For number 7, he's asking about a shadow and sun study. So this project is south of him. Therefore, there will be some shadowing, but if they are planning on doing their addition, then it won't be that big of an issue.
Okay.
And my clients can always trim the tree if needed.
Okay, I just want to clarify that you are amending variance number 4 to read 20.2%, which equals 12.9 meters square. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a revised notice.
Yeah, I understand that, but the revised, this is the notice that went out, so we have to, I did read it in the submissions, but you need to amend it formally now, just so that's all I want to confirm. Okay, anything else you want to add?
No, it's just those 5 variances. 1 and 5 are the same. So we will maintain the height of the house. It's just the math behind it. So that it won't be any taller.
Okay, I do have the neighbors listed to speak, and I'll have you back to address anything else that's raised today. So I'll go to the neighbor now. Assuming, okay. We're gonna have to call him. Panel members, do you have any questions in the meantime for the agent? Ms. Hayes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noted from reviewing the materials that the existing lot coverage is at 47%. You're asking to go to 56. Can you point to any other properties in the area that have that level of lot coverage?
I don't have those stats on me, but looking at Google Maps, right behind them, there's 42, let me see, 42, 46 St. Hubert, and 314 Cosburn are much larger houses.
Okay.
I don't have the stats on what was approved for those.
But you would suggest that they are at least as large as you're requesting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The person at 50, the person who we're trying to get in touch with has indicated that there's been no consultation with him, and he's raised a number of concerns. They're on the screen now, which I think you can see. And he's basically not so much objecting as he's asking for clarification, and has suggested that there needs to be a deferral to allow him the time to really understand what's being proposed. Could you speak to this? I mean, if why was there no consultation with the guy next door? And if there wasn't, and he doesn't have the information, it seems to be awkward to proceed.
So I did speak to my clients last night, and they informed me that they have spoken to him a few days prior. So I guess after this letter came out, we did speak to him. And they told me that they also have mentioned in the past that they will be doing this addition. So this letter came as a bit of a surprise to us. I can go over all the points if you'd like.
So your understanding is that he's had discussions on all these points with you now?
Yes, not with me, but with the owners.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. I'm not sure if it was 2 days ago or 3 days ago, but I believe it was this week.
Okay.
And really, to me, only the big ones are 4th point, 5th point, and 7th point.
Okay,
The first two pertain to the addition that he might do in the future.
Sorry to interrupt, just, we think we have the neighbor. We're gonna just try it again right now.
George, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Goudros? Can you see him? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, try one more time.
Chair, while we're waiting, one
Yeah,
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You are proposing to leave some of the pavers in during construction, then pull some of them.
Correct.
Are you, so there is, looks like from your site plan that there is an area where pavers are planning to remain.
Yeah, so the plan was where the neighbor to the north, where the garage starts, that would be the extent of the pavers that would remain. And beyond that would be soft landscaping. So
You got, I'm just, I mean, are those like the old kind of pavers, or are they the new kind that are permeable?
They're brick sized, so they're not large. They're just maybe like 4 by 8.
So they're the old style. So
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether, if you're going to be pulling those pavers anyway, why not pull those additional ones and replace those ones you want to keep as hard with permeable pavers?
Okay, that's reasonable. I can ask my clients to go ahead with that.
Yeah, it helps. It helps provide a little bit of rain permeability into the entire backyard.
So the addition will be on either helical piles or sonotube, but there's no basement.
Yeah, I noticed that.
The plan will be to have gravel beneath it just to help with the absorption. So if you do require the permeability, I can have them change it, but I think the addition itself would absorb water beneath it. They're very narrow lots. This one's below 19 feet, so there isn't much room.
Any success? Okay, we're not successful. We've tried it numerous times. Any other questions?
Can I get clarification on the last point to the applicant? Can you see the site plan on the screen right now?
Yes, I see
Are we
it.
talking about, we're talking about the area that says existing patio pavers to remain? And Mr. Clay's question is, would you consider making them interlock pavers instead of you said small brick pavers? Where did that land? Did you decide you would or you wouldn't, or have you got another proposal? And I heard you talk about the expansion being on sonotubes, which is really, you're right, it's quite helpful. But I just wanted to clarify where we stand on that the existing patio pavers. Will they or will they not be replaced with interlocking or self-absorbing materials?
So I'd rather not, because it would probably add an extra $5,000 to $10,000 of construction work. But if it's required, then my clients will have to. So it's a tough thing to answer. If the committee wants me to, then I'll have them change it.
Okay, that's a fair statement. Thanks.
Yeah, because it's at least $5,000 for that project, or $10,000.
Any other questions? All right, let's take it into committee then.
Can I make one more comment? So for us to do the roof extension, we'll have to get a administrative agreement with the owner to the north. So if he agrees with the project, then he'll give us a letter. If not, we'll have to avoid touching the party wall. So he will have an opportunity to see much more detailed.
Okay, thanks for that comment. All right, we're in committee, panel members.
Madam Chairman, can I just clarify that for variance number 4, we're looking at the 20.2% instead of 4?
Yeah, 20.2%, which is 12.9 meters square.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I actually don't have any difficulty with this application, and I'm heartened to learn that the applicant has spoken with the neighbor, because I was concerned that he had not been involved in this process, and it sounds as though he has been. I take the point that the applicant made about the addition being on sonotubes, and it allows for some percolation of the soil. There is, according to the revisions, 20.2% landscaping in the rear yard. And subject to forestry number 2, I don't frankly have any other conditions that I'd like to put forward. It's a small addition, and I'm not sure that it's worth taking up all that paving to have it replaced with interlocking paving to get the 20.2% up to 25. So my only condition would be with forestry number 2, but I'm open to listening to what my colleagues have to say.
Okay, so was that a motion then?
Yes, it
I don't
was.
see any hands up. Okay. So that motion then is to approve the application as amended, including forestry number 2. Variance number 4 is changed to 20.2%, which equals 12.9 meters squared. And do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? Okay, so all in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 16, 63 Aldwich Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from the agent. Forestry is asking for condition number 1. And planning is asking to refuse variance number 7. And we have correspondence expressing concern from number 58 and 65, which is adjacent. I'm showing one speaker in opposition. Do we have them? Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Ida, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ida Evangelista, on behalf of the owners of 63 Aldwich.
Okay, we do have one opposition speaker, the adjacent neighbor, so if you can do a presentation, please, no more than 5 minutes.
Sure. So I would like to start by addressing the staff report, which more or less coincides with one of the letters of opposition. So as you see, we have no letter from transportation. Staff, you know, at the time that staff did write the report, they weren't aware that transportation had no comments. This parking pad, we are not changing. There is an existing curb cut. If you refer to my subject property page, you'll see the curb cut. The curb cut will remain. That is not changing. You know, there are many, it's existing at this time. The actual parking spot will be all on private property, which is permitted, and that's what we are asking for. We are not encroaching city property whatsoever. What we're proposing here is an addition alteration. So the footprint remains. What we are doing is we are squaring off the west side, and we're pushing the house. So currently, and again, you'll see, we do have a rather front porch or front veranda, however we would like to refer it to. So we will be starting further back. So that front veranda will be basically cut in half. The stairs will be pushed back, and we will continue to be in alignment with the current and the adjoining neighbors. So in this particular situation, we do have, so a lot of the variances are existing. For example, you know, we do have the second story balcony that's going to be located 0.37. So that's at the front of the building. That balcony is about 1.8 square meters. It's more for articulation purposes, just to, you know, give that step back, just for appearance. The front porch, 0.31, it's currently 0.07, so we are pushing it over. So this is a better situation than what it currently is. Our lot coverage is existing. Actually, we're reducing it slightly because, you know, we are pushing back that front porch at the back. Or sorry, my apologies, at the front. The actual footprint remains the same. The front porch at the, you know, will be cut back. The rear deck is exactly, will line up to where it currently is. We are asking for our front and rear exterior main wall height of 7.67. We are asking for 0.67, which equates to about 2 feet above the permitted 7 because it is a flat roof. Now, the FSI. So we are asking for an additional 35.94 square meters, and that's because the house is currently a bungalow. So that will allow us for that additional space on the second floor and where we are squaring off the house. So the rear deck, it encroaches which is variance number 5. That's an existing situation. So that deck that we have in the back actually encroaches into the rear yard even more than what we're proposing. And again, our front stairs is a better situation because of currently 0.07. And as I mentioned, our front yard parking, transportation has no problem. They're okay with it because it is all on private property. And as I mentioned, there will be no additional curb cut. It will be the existing curb cut will be used to access the parking spot. So in that, and then I do notice that the neighboring property at 65 Aldwich, they've also sent in a letter, and I will have, we are currently, the owners are currently talking to builders, but I will arrange an on-site meeting so that the owners, the builder, and the neighbor at 65 can all have a fulsome conversation on how the construction will proceed so that it doesn't disrupt their home and keep 63 a very safe area. and I'm open to any comments or questions that you may have.
All right, I'm going to go to the opposition speaker, and then we'll have you back, and we'll ask questions then if there are any. Okay, do you have...
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, I just need your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Henry Yu, and I live at 61 Aldwich Avenue, so I am the neighbor directly west of the applicant.
All righty. Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I was just hearing the point about the existing curb cut. It is pertaining to my property, 61 Aldwich, is licensed and in good standing as a parking pad. I don't see 63 Aldwich on the list of licensed parking pads, nor was I consulted on sharing the curb cut, which is in front of my property. I was not aware that the plan was to share the curb cut, which would be on my property. That would be the first point. Second point is about the squaring off of the west side of the house. It appears the applicant wants to dig out their basement and move their western foundation a couple feet towards the property line. I am genuinely concerned on how this impacts the integrity of my home, given how close the homes are. As I'm not a subject matter expert, nor was I consulted by the neighbor, I'd want assurances that this would not undermine my home from an appropriate professional as a condition. Further, I question the addition / extension to the foundation wall to square off the west end of the home. I'm not sure if it's necessary given that the plan presented would exceed the maximum lot coverage of 35%. And I think she mentioned that it was, I think 20 or 30 square meters in excess of variance number 2. I also do want to note that it does exceed the permitted floor space of 3/4 of the area of the lot. That would be variance number 4. I guess what I want to say is that I oppose the use of my cut curbs for the use of their vehicle. I don't oppose the building of a second story of their home, but I want to hear from the committee and the applicant why they couldn't just build the second story addition on top of their existing footprint without having to square off the west end, moving the foundation a couple feet closer to the property line, given that their proposal presented already covers such a large area of the lot. Thank you.
Hi, I just have a question. I did notice the curb cut in front of your place when I was going through this file. Has anybody been using that now, like to access the property?
So it is, obviously I use it for myself. I've had a few instances where the neighbor would be driving diagonally across the sidewalk with my car parked in my parking space onto the, I guess, their paved area in front of their home.
Okay, so there's no formal encroachment agreement or anything like that to use
There's
it?
no agreement, no easement on my deed, no license parking, no parking license for that property.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Ida, are you there?
Hi, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. If you could speak to the issues raised by the neighbor?
Yes. So insofar, yes, I do recognize that they do have a permitted parking spot in front of their home. Because there are parking spaces on Aldwich, and to satisfy a couple of other neighbors, it was recommended that, the existing parking curb cut be used. Alternatively, transportation, have suggested, again, because it is that parking spot is fully on private property, that if 61 is not amenable to using that same curb cut, then an application would be made forward to adding an additional curb cut just to address number 63 at the expense of the owners of 63. So insofar as that west wall, we are squaring off that west wall. Now, we will be 0.91 meters away from the lot line. And how the dig, it will be that foundation wall. That foundation wall will be the width of how much it is that they are going to add to that wall, because they will have to add on to the second floor and to the rear of the property. So while they are doing that, they were just going to reinforce that side, and take a new weepers need to be put in. They want to, make sure, because it is a lower basement, so they want to make sure that, it's all waterproofed. So while they're doing all the waterproof, that they would add in that new foundation wall for that short portion on that west side. The coverage, we are not increasing the coverage any more than it is. You'll see the aerial, the house itself, and adjacent to it does cover that much more area, and that front porch is going to be cut back. So that essentially we're making it slightly less than what it currently is in relation to coverage. And I believe that addresses the neighbors' comments, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for Ms. Evangelista? No questions? Okay. If there are no questions, we'll take it into committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'll start off, Chair. Overall, I don't have any difficulties with the actual reconstruction and the addition to the house. I do, however, have concerns about the parking pad, and I thought I heard Ida initially say there wouldn't need to be a cut, and I think subsequently suggested that they might need a cut and apply for a cut. So the neighbor across the street has expressed some concern about the loss of a spot that she could use for street parking. Planning has recommended against the parking pad, and I frankly, in this instance, agree with them. So I'm okay with the proposal, but I can't support the parking pad in this instance.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, is that Ms. Hayes?
I would just say I'd agree with my colleague. I don't think it's permissible to be suggesting you can access your parking pad over someone else's property. And I have no problem with the other variances, but the parking variance, I would not be able to support.
Okay.
So I'll move a motion, Chair, if it's okay, to approve this application, variances 1 through 6, but deny variance number 7.
Okay, and forestry number 1.
And forestry number 1, thank you.
Okay.
Would you consider a friendly amendment, Larry, of screening the east and west sides of the raised deck?
That is on the first story, Carl, or second story?
It's on the first story, but it's a raised deck, so it's up, and as a result, it has overview. If you look at drawing, the side elevation shows.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, good.
Ms. Hayes, did you have something else? No?
No, I was going to second it.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay.
so the motion then has been moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes, to refuse variance number 7, a condition for screening on the east and west side of the deck, and forestry number 1. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Item number 17, 957 Dovercourt Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, copy of the plan of survey, site, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of existing site conditions, covering letter from the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. Planning is asking for refusals of variance 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and correspondence in opposition from 955, which is adjacent. I only have the agent as a speaker. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, committee members, Madam Chair. Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design, agent for the owners of 95.
Okay, I guess I'll start by asking you if you're aware of the planning report.
Yes, I am.
Okay, do you want to maybe?
And we would like to proceed today.
Okay.
I have a brief presentation, I think, in light of that staff report.
Yeah, if you could just speak to the staff report, and then I'll see if there are any other questions and anything else you want to add. Go ahead.
Sure. Now, if you could pull there you go. You have my cover letter up on screen, so that's good. There are a few images in there I'd like to reference. So that would be nice. I had submitted an updated set of plans. Those are date stamped on the AIC for October 4th. There were no changes, just some clarification in the site stats. And an additional site plan was also submitted, date stamped October 6th. This shows a potential garbage recycling storage area. There were no variances related to this, but we thought it'd be good to show. So yes, I have read the staff report, and I understand they're recommending refusal of several of the proposed variances. However, this staff report is virtually identical to a staff report that was written for 975 Dovercourt, which this committee approved on October 25th of 2021. Of course, every application is a little bit different, but the similarities between what's proposed at 957 Dovercourt and what was approved at 975 are difficult to ignore. I will skip past some of my prepared remarks and just address that for the moment. So 975 Dovercourt was approved for a second dwelling on the site, similar to what is proposed here. It did not have adequate frontage on a laneway. The laneway just touched the northern portion of the rear yard, so it was not considered a laneway suite either. And also, this site is also in a mixed-use land use designation and a commercial residential zone. So I included a couple of screenshots of their drawings. Those are on page 10, 11, and 12 of my cover letter and supporting material. This proposal also included renovations to the main building, which resulted in 5 dwelling units, including a 2-bedroom, 2-story rear dwelling unit with 0 parking spaces provided. Notice of decision is also included in there on page 13. And this is virtually identical for what's being proposed at 957 Dovercourt. Other than that, I would be happy to walk you through some more of the rationale, but it's all essentially laid out in the letter that I submitted. And I understand you'd like to keep things moving, I'm sure, but this is definitely an anomaly of a site, or an area rather, where it is mixed use areas land use designation along the east side of Dovercourt Road, and it is commercial residential along that same side of Dovercourt Road, only for about 11 properties. And everything else in this area to the east, across the street to the west, a few houses to the south, they're all permitted as of right for laneway suites, garden suites, so on. This proposal is comparable in terms of scale, massing, and character to existing buildings. I've included several photos as well of other comparable 3-story newer buildings which are multi-unit in the immediate area. And while the second dwelling unit is not technically permitted in a mixed-use areas land use designation or commercial residential zone, it's very much in keeping with the intent of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and will provide much-needed, good-sized, high-quality, safe rental units in a neighborhood with many schools, parks, churches, and amenities. The lack of parking is mitigated with TTC route on the doorstep. The Bloor subway line is a quick walk. I believe Dufferin Station's just over a kilometer away. And realistically, we believe this passes the 4 tests. It'll be a substantial improvement, not only aesthetically for the neighborhood, but also for the rear yard, which is currently paved. And this will be improved through soft landscaping, permeable pavers. I believe that covers most of it. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let me see if there are any. Mr. Clay.
Sure, I think I want to probe a little bit your reference to 975. You have made the point that you think that they are virtually identical or very, very similar. I'm just looking at the lot fabric, and 975, and I don't know if I was on that panel or others might have been, but to me, the distinction for that property is, even though it doesn't necessarily have a lot of frontage on a laneway, it is in fact on a laneway, and it does have access to and from a laneway. 957 has no access to a laneway whatsoever. So in effect, it would be similar, I guess, to a garden suite, for lack of a better word. And if you read the staff report, their view is that even if you did consider it a garden suite, it would be inappropriate. So I just wanted to get your take on the comparability between the two sites, which I think you brought up.
Yes, absolutely. If you go back to that plan for 975, you can see there is really no laneway behind the rear structure. The laneway dead ends at the north portion of it, the top right of that site. So you're correct. It does connect with the laneway, although not at all in the way that a laneway suite typically fronts onto a laneway. So that provided a garage door with, I believe, had an undersized parking space in the proposed second dwelling and a second entrance. The proposal at 957, you're correct, doesn't have laneway access. It has access through the rear yard. There is a mutual driveway that's between the subject property and the building to the south. There is a fire hydrant directly across the street on Dovercourt. So there's plenty of access for the structure at the rear. I also included in my supporting material, if you take a look, let me just find the correct page here. There is another structure on page 9. If you look at page 9, this is another existing structure just a couple doors up from the subject property, which doesn't have any laneway access either. I'm not sure what the original use is, but I believe it's residential now. And this is very, very similar as well to what's being proposed on the subject site. So no rear lane access only through the shared driveway. Or I believe in this case, yeah, it's probably a shared driveway as well. I just think what is being proposed here is not out of character based on some of these other existing residential structures on this side of Dovercourt on this block.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So your proposal is that it's a single-family house in the backyard. What would the difference be if it were deemed to be a garden suite, which wouldn't need to have laneway access?
Sorry, Mr. Nipfel, it's a little difficult to hear you, but I think what you're saying is what would be the difference if this were a garden suite? Well, garden suite bylaw would apply, so it would be considered a garden suite. The fact that this is in a mixed-use areas land use designation and a commercial residential zone prevents a garden suite from being permitted, and therefore it can't really be judged against those standards. Now, the designers have tried to work as closely as possible with those standards to create something that's appropriate, by including bicycle parking and outdoor amenity space and green space and permeable pavers throughout the rear yard. So we've tried to create something as close as possible to a garden suite, but not being held to the same standard.
Okay, so your take is that it's a single-family home in the rear yard, right?
That is how zoning has identified it. It is a separate dwelling at the rear.
Okay, thanks.
It's the same as it was at 975 Dovercourt.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Clay?
Yeah, sorry. A related question is we've seen some correspondence which are concerned about street parking for tenants. You're asking for a variance for 0 parking spaces. Is there parking back there now?
There is. Let me just find the correct page. Sorry, it's very difficult to hear you. I'm not sure if that's on my end or it's been abundantly clear all morning until now. There is parking at the rear at the moment. The parking lot is visible on, so let me just find the right page here. Page 19, I believe. 19 is views north and south. Page 18 shows the shared driveway leading to the rear yard and the rear yard conditions as is. There's an old motorhome stored back there, or a camper, and an old car. So the location of the proposed second dwelling would be there. So all of this concrete paving would be replaced with permeable pavers.
And currently, in addition to, looks like some storage, but residents or tenants of the existing building are parking back there?
I don't believe the building's fully tenanted at the moment. I did inquire with the architect. Let me just double check what his response was. I think there's 1 or 2 tenants in there and a couple of units that are also vacant at the moment. The building has been 4 units for a long time. So I don't believe the parking is being used to that capacity. Regardless, we are some bicycle parking and it's well served by the TTC. And there's efforts throughout the official plan for
you're cutting out.
reducing dependence on the automobile. So I didn't like this.
Mr. Barrett, you're totally cutting out now.
Strange. Can you hear me?
Now I can, but a second ago you were all garbled up. We didn't hear anything the last 2 sentences or so.
Yeah, strangely enough, so are you. I'm finding a hard time hearing the committee members as well. Maybe if I stay perfectly still, is everything?
I don't know. Maybe it depends where you're at, or I'm not sure. Anyway, let's try again.
Okay, so where were we then? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think we missed the last sentence or 2 sentences, whatever you said.
Regarding parking, yes, there are only a couple tenants in the building at the moment. Parking is not used to full capacity back there. Site's well served by transit, well served by cycling infrastructure, and there's a lot of mention in the official plan about attempting to reduce automobile dependency in these types of areas. So I think the variance for parking, very similar to what was approved at the street. In the context of the site, makes sense. There is street parking available on Dovercourt, and yeah, I believe it's well mitigated parking variance.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Ms. Hayes.
I'll start. I am not prepared to support the entire application. I agree with the comments from planning. There's been one example provided to us. I don't see any others. I think it's very clear from the policy direction and the official plan that planning has outlined in their comments that what is being proposed in this context is not within the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw official plan. And there is no intention at the moment for garden suites or residential units in accessory buildings or ancillary buildings in mixed-use areas being considered. So I wouldn't be able to support the application with respect to variance 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The other variances I could support.
I just want to come out of committee for 1 second. Mr. Barrett, I don't believe I asked at the beginning, but I read variance number 9. Is it, there was some kind of an error or something? Is it amended to 0.5 meters?
Yes, variance regarding the rear yard setback to
Right.
the second dwelling. Yes, that was an error on the zoning notice and the public notice. So
Okay.
that should be improved to 0.5 meters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Clay, we're back in committee.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wanted to support this one. I take the agent's view that, you know, this is an area that benefits from additional rental. It does have access to pretty good transit. It does have access to cycling infrastructure. It's walkable to commercial and retail areas. It is kind of the area that I think we should be trying to introduce additional housing. But having said that, this is a CR designation. This is a mixed use designation, so, or area. And the city has made it fairly clear that this is not an area where these types of buildings should be allowed. I'm inclined to kind of lean towards what Joanne was saying, that I don't think I can support it because it does bring forward an application in a broader area where the city has been quite specific about saying that these shouldn't be provided. Having said that, you know, I look at Dovercourt along that strip, it is 95% residential. It's really not a mixed use area. It's an area that is in transition. It should be an area that should go under some sort of reconsideration for whether in fact it should be a mixed use area or whether it should be deemed a residential area with non-conforming, a very few number of non-conforming uses. So I don't know whether that's in the future or not, but it seems to me that would be a more appropriate response to dealing with these kinds of applications in these types of areas. But having said that, I'm going to lean towards accepting the recommendation from planning.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll need a motion. I don't know who had their hand up. Mr. Nifl?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't reiterate what Joanne and Larry have said, but I agree with them. I think what is important here is the existing policy in this area would say no to that housing. And I respect policy. I think overarching policies are the way we build good things, and I'm not prepared to go against an overarching policy. So I'd like to move approval with the exception of variance 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and also subject to forestry number 2. Transportation was okay, and I'd like to suggest that the decks on the second, third, and second and third floors have screening on the edges.
Okay. And forestry condition 2. Okay.
I'm sorry, didn't I say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, what I was going to say is as amended. Sorry, that's my fault. Variance number 9 is amended to 0.5 meters.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because but it was amended on the floor. But they're refused in any case. Okay, so the motion is to refuse variance 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 as per the planning report. Forestry condition number 2, conditions for screening on the second and floor decks. Okay, and that's moved by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor, or who's the seconder? Ms. Hayes? All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 18, 57 Wade Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Mr. Graham, the agent, bylaw affecting the property, correspondence from the Ontario Land Surveyors, payment in lieu of parking agreement between the owner and the city. We have email correspondence from transportation, and they have no concerns. Planning's asking for condition to build according to the plans received August 24th, 2022. Councillor Balo supports the application. I am showing one speaker. Do we have that speaker? Okay. All right. Do I have the applicant on the line?
Robert Millward, you've been unmuted. Robert Millward, you've been unmuted. You don't need to unmute yourself. Robert Millward, you can speak at this moment.
Mr. Millward, are you there? The agent?
Robert
Unmute
Millward?
myself.
Okay, that's a little much.
Hello? Mr. Millward? Do you have
Can I be heard now?
Yeah, but have you got devices running in the background? Because there's a horrendous echo.
Okay.
Still.
Sorry, I am being heard.
Sorry?
Did you just hang up?
Did you lose him?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him back one more time.
Tell him to turn his devices off in the background, whatever he's got running.
Mr. Millward, you've been unmuted. If you have any
Hello.
If you have any devices that have a speaker at the moment, please mute them.
Okay, I'm Robert Miller. Can I be heard now?
Yeah, but there's still a bit of an echo, so I suspect either a computer that you have playing the hearing has it.
Hello?
Okay, are you running a computer with the hearing on YouTube?
I believe I'm unmuted. Can I be heard?
I can hear you. Okay.
Not loudly?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now, but are you running the YouTube in the background?
I think, okay, I'm on the call, the phone call now.
Yeah.
Can I talk that way?
Yeah, this is great. So if
Okay,
if you have YouTube in the background, just mute it, okay?
YouTube in the background, mute it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, members of the committee, I apologize for the problem. Can you hear me now?
I can. Yep, panel members, so if you can just identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Robert Millward. I'm the principal of R.E. Millward & Associates. and I am replacing Ian Graham, who is out of the country. So I am the agent, and my address is 1200 Bay Street, Suite 1101.
Okay. I'm not sure we need a presentation. I did have a speaker listed. We're unable to reach that person. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Robert, I just have one quick question. Will the substandard parking spaces be designated as such? Will there be signs to tell people ahead of time?
Yeah, there are only 3, and they're small, but if that's a requirement, by all means, we would do that. The variances are small, and it's only a few of the parking spaces that are substandard, but yes, they can be designated. You can make that recommendation.
Any other?
And this.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Just this is a life sciences laboratory, and probably pretty obvious, but it's not an increase in GFA or lot area. It's just minor variances, in our view, to accommodate the technical requirements of a life sciences office building.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, sir, we're ready to go into committee to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add that's not covered in the materials we have?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a very straightforward application, and given what we've been going through for the last few years, this kind of use is very needed. I would like to move, I don't have any difficulty with the application. I'd like to move approval, subject to the planning department condition, which I believe is to tie any approval to plans. Subject to another condition that substandard parking spaces be so designated, and I believe that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Nipfel. Are you seconding, Mr. Clay? Alrighty, all in favor? That motion carries. Okay, so that's approved with the condition for substandard parking spaces to be designated. All right, item number 19, 68 Harris Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the site. We have planning is asking for screening on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We have correspondence in opposition for number 78 and 66, which is adjacent. I am looking, I have 2 speakers listed. Do I have, okay, we have both speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes.
Great. What's your name, please, sir, for the record?
Yeah, my name is Hong Xing at 2 Longevity Road in Brampton.
All right. I need you to do a presentation, sir, no more than 5 minutes. The clock starts now.
Okay, sure. Actually, yeah, this building is located at 68 Harris Avenue. Currently, there's a 2-story building in the front, and in the rear yard, there's a small portion of a 1-story. And also, there's a walkout basement, walkout stairs to the basement. So our new proposal actually, we are going to keep the 2 stories in the front and then add a portion of the 2nd story on top of the existing 1 story in the rear yard. Also, we are going to we are proposing to modify the interior floor layout and also modify the basement walkout. I think that's the scope. And we need a format variance basically kind of listed there. So it's 3 of them, actually number 1, number 3, number 4. So that's more or less that's existing condition. Number two, regarding the floor index, so it's increased by roughly 10% from 0.69 to 0.77. Yeah, we believe all the variances are minor. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the opposition, sir, and then I'll have you back. You're aware of the planning report?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The first one.
Magdalene, you've been unmuted.
Excuse me. My name is Magdalene Brundle. I own the property at 66 Harris Avenue. My property is immediate to the west of 68 Harris, where the proposed development is to take place. I would like the planner and the committee to please consider the established standard of the development in the neighborhood, in particular the impact of the proposed two-story addition and the intensified use of the proposed new development in relation to my property immediate to the west. Not one, but a number of changes to the bylaw would involve an overdevelopment of the property if requested by the proponent. Pertaining to the side lot line, a variance is requested. The established standard is 0.59 meters. The applicant should justify why they cannot comply with the bylaw, since the proposal is to remove and reconstruct. I would request that any variance, if granted, consider and respect the extent of the established building, which is my property to the west. So the variance would not allow a new two-story addition to extend any further to the rear of the property than the extent of my two-story building established on my property. This would also tie into the variance to lot coverage by the proposed building to exceed the bylaw regulations. This variance, if granted, will facilitate an overdevelopment of the lot. In regard to the roof eaves projection, the proposal is for new construction. The proponent should justify why they cannot comply to the bylaw. The proposal would allow, new construction to encroach, on the side yard setback such that the eaves would be on the lot line. The impact of this proposal is not a minor variance. With the reduced setback and no easement over my property, how can a proposed addition eaves and sidewall be constructed and maintained without trespassing on my property? I would also be concerned about the malfunction of the eaves with the snow and ice building up and runoff, overshooting the eaves troughs, affecting my property with stormwater runoff. Another concern is about the fire code, considering the nature of the building material. The variance would set a bad precedent, facilitating overdevelopment that would affect air movement between buildings, the result being a less healthy urban environment. The variance would also allow an increased accommodation of more people in the building, subject to a less desirable condition. My established building to the west has a deck in the rear yard on the main level. The prepared variance to the eaves and side yard would not only facilitate a second-story addition, but a second-story deck beyond the back of the one-story deck on my property, and with also a proposed entrance to the basement. With the proposed deck on the two levels and a proposed stairway access to the basement, it poses the questions of how many dwelling units will be accommodated in the dwelling of the variances as approved. If the variances are approved, the number of variances requested, in my opinion, would only facilitate overdevelopment of the property and potentially overuse of the building. The proposed two-story new structure would take away the light and airflow from my one-deck story from the east side of my deck, not to mention the removal of privacy from my deck from the second-story proposed deck of the new structure. If the variances are approved, the proposed would benefit greatly, where I, as the owner of the property to the west, would suffer the losses. I ask, where's the justice in that? I would please ask the planner and the committee to consider my input and I thank them for their attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brundle. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Do you have the next one?
Shelley Jeffers, you've been unmuted.
Ms. Jeffers?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock. You'll have 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shelley Jeffers. I live to the east of the property in question, and at 70 Harris Avenue. I don't really have any objections. I just have concerns just in regards to the removing of the garage. I just wasn't sure, and they're putting a parking pad on there. I'm just not sure how many cars were expected to park there. It's a very small, tight, it's a shared driveway, and it's very tight. Even getting into my garage, I still have to kind of go in, use up some of their property to get into my garage. And I'm sure the same is when they're going to have to, if there's cars parking there. So I just wanted to know how that's going to be affected. And the stairs, there's stairs opposed, and I'm not good at reading plans. There's stairs opposed to the back of the house, and I'm not sure if there's anything to the side. So I'm not sure if that's going to infringe on the parking there. The only other concern is, how long is this project going to take place? I do work from home, so I'm concerned about the noise level and so forth. Basically, that's all my concerns. I don't have any objections.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Mr. Zinn, I hope I pronounced that right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if you can speak only to the issues that were raised just now, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, sure. Yeah, regarding how many cars will park there, it's just a one car space. And regarding how long the construction will take, my estimate probably it's going to take 3-4 months for that kind of construction. Yeah, regarding comments from the 66th number, I think the concerns regarding the snow drift, I mean, the roof slope is fairly deep. I don't really see that way. Yeah, the reason we request this minor variance actually because the first floor addition there, they have a basement, right? So basically we are going to still use the basement wall and then modify the construction on top of the basement wall. That's why we request the minor variance to the west lot line. And for the roof overhead, actually what happened, the current roof overhead is more or less like 12 inch. We just try to match that. If the committee think we can reduce that, probably we can reduce that by another 60 inch. We're going to match the existing overhead line. We don't have I think we can do that. Regarding the fire code, I don't really see any problem because if a building wall is less than 4 feet to the property line, which is the case for both buildings, yeah, the exterior wall should be fire rated. That's going to be addressed in the building permanent stage. So in the other comments regarding the overdevelopment, I think currently the allowable actually is 0.69. Our proposal to have an adequate rooming layout, actually we just increased by more or less like 10%. It's really minor increase. And also, even after the addition, the overall building length, we don't need minor variance on that one. It's still within the limit. I think that's my clarification.
Okay, I just want to ask you something you said. So you're willing to make the addition in line with the rest of the house? So are you going to amend one of the variances, sir?
I think what we could actually, the variance number, let me see. I think, yeah, variance number 3 actually, right?
Okay.
So yeah, we can reduce that projection instead of 0.3 meters, we can reduce that to 0.15 meters. It's going to line up with the existing roof overhang.
I'm sorry, to 0.55 meters, did you say?
0.15.
1.5?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to amend variance number 3 to 0.15 meters?
Yeah, if the really the concern from the neighbor, yeah, we can do that. We don't have a problem to do that.
Okay.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So the roof eaves will project 0.15 meters and will be located 0 meters from the side west lot line. Is that correct?
No, it's going to be located 0.15 meter from west side lot line.
Okay, thank you.
0.0.
So, sorry, one more time. So it will still project 0.3 meters?
No, project 1.5.
So it'll project 0.15 meters and will be located 0.15 meters?
Yes, from the west side lot line. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so 0.15 meters projection and 0.15 meters from the west lot line. Okay, all right. Panel members, any questions? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. I appreciate the submissions from both the neighbors with respect to this proposal. There is no depth variance or length variance related to this application. So the ability to move the walls back is not before us. Certainly, yes, there's a related FSI. I think that the FSI and the other variances being requested are indeed minor. The side yard setback on the west side represents an existing condition on the main floor. I can support this application, and if my colleagues have as amended, and if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd move a motion to approve the application subject to the conditions in the planning the application as amended, subject to the conditions in the planning report.
All right, so the motion before us is for screening, which is the planning condition on the second and third floor balconies on the west side, 1.5 meters. Variance number 3 is amended to read, the roof eaves will project 0.15 meters and will be located 0.15 meters from the side, the west lot line. And that's it. So that's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, the final item this morning is item number 20, 130 Carlton Street. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report and tree protection plan from Seneria Urban Forestry, as well as a preservation and replanting plan. We have a staff report from forestry asking for conditions 1 and 2. Okay, I don't have any opposition speakers, only the agent on this one. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Jim, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members.
Good morning.
I'm Jim Sod from Paradigm Architecture and Design.
Okay, panel members, we have two variances before us. Any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel and then Ms. Hayes. Carl, can't hear you.
Helps if I unmute. The two variances, are a portion of those in existing condition? Because it doesn't look like what you're proposing to do has that kind of floor space implication.
Yes, and thank you for pointing that out, sir. The condition or the situation was such that the reviewing zoning examiner was unable to find the original site plan agreement for this property, which I believe was circa early 90s. Obviously, something would have been negotiated at that point in time to permit the very great increase in floor area that the building's actually built at. At this point in time, we literally are only asking for the 13.6 square meter extension of the lobby outwards, but I'm sure there's something or some part of a site-specific bylaw attached to the site that would have permitted them to build that much more than the allowable FSI.
Okay, thanks very much.
Ms. Hayes, did you have a question?
It was the same question.
Okay, anybody else have a question? All right, sir, we don't have any more questions. We're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
Just wanted to point out that this is an important, although it's a very minor amount of area, it's important as part of a proposed re-landscaping of the site that the community has decided to take upon itself because they have to replace their parking garage roofing membrane. So everything's getting torn up, and this is in order to help increase or better navigate vehicular circulation, ingress and egress to and from the site, and create a safer passenger lay-by, pickup, drop-off area. The reconfiguration of their main entrance off of Carlton Street requires this area in order to actually be able to function properly, as you can see from the drawings if you're familiar with them. Just wanted to point that out, but we do find it to be a very minor ask, and we're hoping the committee sees it that way as well.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, let's take it into committee. Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I think this is a very straightforward one. My only observation on this one, Chair, is that, I spent some time looking at the plans trying to actually figure out what the heck they were proposing, and it's quite obvious what they're proposing. A little short cover letter in this instance might have actually been helpful to the panel. So just tuck that one away, please. But it is a fairly straightforward application. I would be happy to move approval subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Nipfel? Okay, so motion to approve, including forestry 1 and 2, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the morning session. Are you guys okay to come back at 2:30? Is that okay?
Through you, Madam Chair, that'll be fine.
Yeah, all right. So are you okay, panel members, breaking to 2:30? Okay, so I'll see you all back then.